sort of let, caution to the wind. And I think it was one of the best, at least in my mind. It was a lot better than my stilted time. So that's my my background, what you should know about me. No, honestly, and I had been previous to coming to Colorado, I lived in the Middle East, and and there was all these jokes. And my introduction was I had lived in the Middle East and all these kind of things, and that's where they thought that I had gotten that confused, not the Utah reference, but so Jonathan Barge, CDR Associates, we're a nonprofit in Boulder area, been in business as facilitators and mediators for now it'll be for our 45th year. Love RTD, so respect the work that you do as board members, as staff. RTD is certainly is an integral part of our family's mobility, and so I just want to just say just how appreciative I am to be able to work with you today on the policy and policy goals, and that's really what we're going to spend the morning doing. We sent out the meeting notes from last year's retreat, and one of the questions I had, well, what's different about this year? What are we doing? And I think the key difference is that what we're going to try to do is identify your policy goals as board members for the next, what we thought about 12 months. So what is it that you're going to do? How is it that you're going to do it? And what is it as a team, if you think about yourselves as the board as a team, that how it is that you're going to work together. And so that's really the point. We'll go here from from now till we'll take a break at lunch. We'll take a break in the morning as well. And then we'll wrap up by at least 7 o'clock. Okay, we've got the 3:30 is the time, but if we've kind of gotten as far as we can, we'll wrap up sooner, and we'll do that. So, but I definitely don't want to shortchange any of the work. I want my colleague Patrick Teese to introduce himself.
Hopefully this is working. Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Teese. I am with Jonathan at CDR Associates. I've been there for about 2 years, and I'm really excited to be here today to help facilitate this retreat. I'm originally from New York, grew up there, studied in Philly and Washington, D.C., and spent some time in Germany. So I am well-versed in transit systems, and on a personal note, just a big fan. And I'm grateful for the work that you all do here in my new home in Colorado. I support a variety of projects at CDR. And I have to say, I think the transit ones are my favorite. I'm talking about mobility and transportation, and it's exciting to, apply some of our engagement and facilitation work in this group. So looking forward to the conversations today. You might see me scurrying about, making some notes up on the flip charts or taking some notes on my computer. So yeah, I'm excited to get into the conversation today. Thank you.
Great. The next slide, who adjusts the, silly. Oh, and can you do next? Oh yeah, no, that's perfect. Let's see, good morning, Peggy, Vince, and Joyanne. Can you hear us? Is that?
Your volume's kind of low, Jonathan.
I'm normally not a low volume. My wife.
Could be that Vince is hard of hearing.
My wife tells me to use my inside voice more often. Yeah.
Is there a way to change the Zoom view so that we can see all three? Not that I don't enjoy seeing live video of Patrick and Jonathan, but can we change the Zoom view so we can actually see the three directors?
Yeah, the gallery. Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
How about that, Vince? Is that no? Wonder.
No, you're still pretty faint.
It's still faint. Okay. If I talk like that,
That's better.
That's better.
That's sticking the,
We are not a technology company.
okay, if I speak like that, is that gonna work?
A little better.
A little better. Okay, I'll try to speak loudly. I'll use my outdoor voice. So our purpose today, and thanks to all of you who I had a chance to visit with. Can we do go back? Previous slide. Thanks. I recognize that you are moving toward in-person meetings, on Tuesday. And so that's a change. I think that our goal here today is to improve your understanding of each other, about why you serve on the board, why it is that you do what you do, your motivations, your interests, and particularly your vision for around policy and policy goals for the next number of years, as I've talked, the next year, as I've talked about. During the conversations that I had with many of you, this idea about how do you improve the board efficiency, parameters, the structure, communication, collaboration with the board amongst yourselves, but also with board and staff. This is not new to any board that I've ever worked with, which is just what is that balance in terms of board staff relationship, and opportunities like this provide a chance to really kind of get on the same page. And then I think we talked about this at the executive committee the other day, which is that really wanting to have something specific. Not that last year wasn't useful, but it wasn't as useful in terms of afterwards, is what I heard, in terms of what are we doing? How are we holding ourselves accountable? And so we want to get to that kind of feedback and that kind of work today. Does that make sense? Anybody attending a different meeting or thought you were attending a different meeting? And you know what Lynn said, which is like, if we get half an hour into this and you're like, this is just not the meeting, this is not the conversation that we want to have, Patrick and I are really open to changing that up, because we recognize this is Saturday morning, right? This is a lot to ask of you, and we want to make this useful. So, we're open to that. And anything else before we kind of get started? Let's do it. Okay, next slide. Okay, we're gonna get started. Those of you who are on Zoom or on what is the form? Yeah, Zoom. We're gonna have you in a group. So Joyanne, Peggy, and Vince. We're gonna have you answer 3 questions. We're gonna find a partner, somebody that you may not have worked with previously or worked closely with. What motivated you to serve on the RTD board? I want you to talk about that for a few minutes. What's a goal that you have for this retreat? Hopefully it's reflected in the agenda. And then just to mix it up a little bit, because we know that everybody procrastinates in some form or fashion. What's your favorite way of procrastinating? I'll just start it off here. My favorite way of procrastinating is going for a run. That's sort of what I do. Maybe I'll just leave this here and I'll go for a run. But for those of you who don't procrastinate, just note that, or have never procrastinated, note that research suggests that everybody does, or pretty close to that. So what I'm going to ask you to do is stand up. For those of you in Zoom, we're going to put you in a breakout room. For the rest of you, stand up. We're going to give you about 10 minutes, and your job is going to be to kind of report back to the rest of us about the person that you've met. So Kate would introduce Troy or to discuss if that's your group. Ready, set, you got about 10 minutes. Find somebody. And Deborah and Melanie, if you wanna modify and answer the questions, not on the board. You're just working.
Vince, do you know how we're supposed to break out into our session?
Well, usually in Zoom, you get an invitation to join a breakout room.
Okay, I think I just got an email from Taishrei.
Peggy, Vince, and Joyanne, can you join the other Zoom room? Is that the idea? What's that?
I see there's a different
You
link.
said-
we're
So you
supposed to-
go to the separate Zoom link that
Okay.
was sent to you, and you'll be in that group, because there are not, apparently they're not breakout groups in this Zoom function.
Okay, cool.
minutes, so if you haven't swapped or if you're not close, then please do. Just, and the goal, let's put the goals here. Yeah, motivation captured here. I'll do the goals here. Okay, let's one more minute. Okay. One more minute if you're not finished. They had 3 in their group on Zoom, so they get another minute. You don't like those? Oh, yeah. Oh, there.
How are you? So
Good.
good to see you. Joanne shared that same disclosure that I had. She's very proud of you.
Okay.
Very proud.
What can I do to
Number one,
speak up?
Make sure you're very much on mic. If your voice, use your outside voice. Don't be afraid of offending people. And I think on the Zooms, we can click on closed captioning.
Yep.
And I think she probably
She's got
got
that.
it on.
Yeah.
So that helps. I'll let you know how I'm doing too, because I've got my hearing aid set up high.
Yeah.
So.
Just let me know if I need to.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna use our, do we have our Zoomers back? There's Vince.
Waiting on 2 more.
All right, who wants to begin? Sort of the, Troy?
All right, good morning, everybody. So our group consisted of the W's, Kate W and Troy W. And so my notes and conversations with Kate, which was really easy because I think we know each other pretty well, but this is always interesting. What motivated Kate to serve on the RTD board? Well, she worked in this industry for a number of years, including in Douglas County, mostly with older constituents and those with disabilities. And after going through Citizens Academy, it became very apparent with some big helpful hints of folks involved with that organization that there was more work that we could expect out of Kate Williams. And Kate did not even know there was an RTD board at the time. So there was a lot of education that went on in a short amount of time. And here she is in term 2. Her goal for the retreat is somewhat of a social goal, and that's a better opportunity for introductions to our new board members and working together to form our new team. And I think that's a very worthy goal and why a lot of us are here on a Saturday morning. And then Kate's favorite way of procrastinating, she just does not do it anymore. She's lived a life with procrastination and it has stopped. So she puts nothing off.
Wow.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I thought that. There could be a couple ways to interpret.
Perhaps
that.
I should have done a better job splaining.
That's great. And if I also knew, maybe if just one of the goals by when we had a conversation, you want to have at least some fun, some laughter for today. So we'll keep it up.
We got you covered on that.
Yeah. Hang on before you do that. Joanne, Peggy, Vince, are you able to hear this? Is that coming through?
Yep.
Yeah, so far so good.
Great.
Peggy, you're frozen.
Peggy,
Move your
blink
head if you can
blink your
move your
eyes
head.
twice if you're.
She's
still
just
there.
not moving.
I can hear, can't read the flip charts though.
You can't read the
Oh,
flip
okay.
chart.
The on the flip chart, it's goals, and the first one is a social goal for Kate. Go ahead, Kate.
Okay, my partner, well, I'll stand up. My partner, as you saw, was Director Whitmore from District K. And he had some very interesting reasons for coming to the RTD board. I don't know, where can I be? He was already active in transit in his career to some extent. He felt like the district that he represents was not being represented fully, and that there could be more input from his constituents back to this agency. And he was deeply concerned about the delays on the end line at the time that he was looking at this position. So that's how he got here, and we're glad that he did. In terms of his goals for the retreat, we kind of narrowed it down to one really great sentence, which is he would like to give our CEO and general manager new pink sneakers. Oh, no. Put your foot up. Put your
They
foot
look
up.
new already.
She has new pink sneakers. No. He would like to give our GM and CEO some useful direction out of this meeting, some finite things that she could use to move forward.
Great, thank you.
And then when I asked Director Whitmore what was his favorite way of procrastinating, he said, "Can we talk about it tomorrow?"
Clever, clever, clever. Yeah.
But his answer after we stopped laughing was that he goes to his electronic devices
Yeah.
and mindless scrolling, which I think we can all relate to.
Yeah.
So that's all that we have from the W's.
Great. Thank you very much. Bobby.
Run it around. Director Rosenthal and I had a lovely conversation, who's also my district neighbor. I think I'm neighbors with a lot of you, but he shares, I think, the longest border with me. What motivated Director Rosenthal to serve on the board was public service, sort of overarching. He was asked to serve by someone else who was in leadership, and still came up to that. And so that's what motivates him, public service. His goals for the retreat are really just defining responsibilities. What is board? What is staff? What is, and I think it's a common theme for a lot of us, and even sort of from that, right? Constituent question comes in, does that really need to go to the CEO? Should it be going to someone else? Who's tracking? Is that the best, highest and best use of her time? Who's tracking what's going on? And I think a theme I definitely heard was not just whose responsibility is it, but what is our system for follow through and making sure that we're all sort of aligned on something being completed and keeping track of the various items that we all request. Paul's greatest favorite way of procrastinating, he runs his life on Google Calendar. So he just moves the appointment over to the next day and then says, you must do this by now, and then it over to the next day. And then he watches Hawaii Five-0 is the current,
Oh, good. Good.
current show.
Yeah. Great.
I had the wonderful opportunity to chat with Director Deschelle. And so let's see, his favorite color is blue. He likes to eat sushi. Oh, wait, that wasn't one of the questions.
Nice.
Let's see. So motivation is number one, is he actually uses the system, and that it really irritated him that, maybe folks who are running or potentially run, or people who are on the board, just to make sure that we have people who actually use the system, because that way they can bring that experience to it. So he looked into it, he got elected to that. So in terms of goals, he wants to particularly work on sustainability, make sure that we are responsible for doing what we can in regards to the climate, and that we that our North Star, as he said, was to focus on something and do it well. And if we don't focus, then we are going to lose focus, and then we're not going to do anything well. And one of those things in particular is communication. both internally and externally. So how we communicate between ourselves on the board, between the board and the GM, the board and the organization, but also external to RTD. So RTD to the community and vice versa. And then number 3, or C, what is your favorite procrastinating technique? Is he will do household chores. So, things like cleaning up, organizing the pantry. I don't know if you put like cereal in alphabetical order, but it wouldn't surprise me. And then even including picking up the dog do. So, I mean, that gives you an idea. He'd rather do that than some other things that he has to do. So that is Director Deschel.
Thank you. Well done. Let's go to our folks on Zoom. So Peggy, Joyanne, Vince, how did you want to do report outs?
So I was selected to take the notes of this so I can make the report if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Hang on a second. Let's see if we can increase the volume. I think it's our internal. Yeah,
I can
Peggy,
hear
you
you
were
fine,
really soft
Vince.
as well.
Thanks, Peggy. That's all that matters.
There we go. Try it now, Vince.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that better volume?
That's great.
Okay, so I'll start with Peggy Catlin. So Peggy ran for the RTD board. She had been appointed once and then ran in 2018, was elected to start serving in 2019. She had a long history with RTD in her professional career, both with CDOT and other capacities. And she thought she'd be a good fit with the board and could bring her expertise and relationships to the board to help RTD move forward. One of her goals is to see that we focus on our primary vision, which is the movement of people. And we have been of late diverted for some external reasons beyond our control and would like to get back to focusing on the primary mission. And her favorite way to procrastinate, at least currently, is reading. And Peggy is our District N representative. That's the district that N stands for no transit. So next is Joyanne Rusha, and Joyanne is our District B representative. And Joyanne ran because she is passionate about transportation equity. And she lives in one of the most transit dependent areas of the region. And she's very dedicated to ensuring transit equity for people with disabilities. One of her goals is to ensure that the public perception of value of RTD improves and aligns more with the reality of what we do and what we provide. And her favorite way to procrastinate, she said, is to just reassign everything to Vince. And she does. So next is me. I ran for a couple of reasons. One of them, Troy Whitmore talked about what's going on with the N line. Can we get this thing done? But another one, a lot of you know, I came from Chicago. It's a transit-rich environment. And I am hopeful and continue to be hopeful that someday in this region, transit becomes one of the first choices people make to get around. And we've got some way to go there, but I think we're making great strides there, and it continues to be one of my goals now. So that's why I ran, and it's also a continuing goal of mine as well, to make sure that RTD is a choice. When people say I'm going to go downtown, oh, let's just hop on the bus or hop on the train or whatever it might be. So a lot of moving parts, I think, to that. And the way I procrastinate is twofold. I watch old cowboy movies, and I have a 1960 MGA in my garage that I'm restoring. So that's it. Thank you.
Nice.
Questions?
The goal was to ensure that RTD is the goal for today. For Vince, is there anything specific you want to make sure that at the end of the day today that we have accomplished here at this retreat?
I was confused on the goal. I thought it was an overarching goal, not a goal for the retreat.
Anything on your mind about today that you want to make sure that you cover?
Yeah, I guess one of the goals that I discussed in 2019 is still a goal that I think maybe we should think about, and that would be to have the general counsel of RTD be a direct report to the board of directors.
Joyanne or Peggy, anything else that you want to add in terms of this? How did Vince do?
Vince did great, but it's hard to hear you, Jonathan.
Still, it's hard to hear me, huh?
No, it's better now. Yeah, I would echo Troy's objective for this particular retreat, and that would be that we can come out with some specific direction to our general manager, CEO.
Okay. Joyanne, anything you want to add there?
I'm not sure I understood the directions correctly, but I would like to know from this body, even if we don't do a deep dive, if it is worth looking at our governance documents this year, our bylaws, just making sure that they're working for us, and that they enable us to carry out our goals and initiatives.
Okay. Thank you. Back in the room. Who's next? Doug. Nope, you just turned it off.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me online?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. I was privileged to speak. Well, first of all, good morning. Thank you. All right. And I was privileged to speak with my neighboring director, Julian Bouquet. And when I spoke with Julian in response to the question of why did he run, he said, well, the incumbent for the seat who was up for election, give me a boost. The incumbent who was up for re-election did not, in Julian's mind, have a true writer's perspective. And Julian was focused on making sure that he could bring a writer perspective to the board. And having been a writer of the E-Line, something like 5 times a week, he figured, it was important that we get out there and have that direct experience really be represented on the board and be a part of what we see. So that's what motivated him. His goal for today is to have us all work together seeking common consensus. And he's very focused on service, safety, and signage. And he would like to see the board take its energies and focus on that and achieve consensus, and to recognize that we are the policy directors. That's why we're called a board of directors. We direct the policy, and it's important that we all take an opportunity at a retreat like this to remind ourselves of this and to strengthen our resolve to serve as policy directors. And for procrastination, well, I'll report that later, I guess. No, I remember now. He scrolls through his phone and he always checks things out on the phone. So that's my report on Director Julian Bouquet. You have
Well
your
done.
own mic, so I'll let you take that.
I thought the procrastination for Julian was going to be, you're going to go out and play some basketball or shoot some basketballs.
Close to, can you hear me? Cool. Okay, so had the opportunity to talk with Director Tisdale, my neighbor. So he was actually asked to run due to his experience for 11 years being part of the DRCOG board. He ultimately, which was great to hear, is he liked transportation from his 11 years. He was taking over for term limited director, and that was his main motivation for actually serving on this board. He brought up the opportunity to dialogue in person with directors, direct personal communication with directors, which is important, and ultimately creating that mechanic to relate and solve the problems that we might face as directors. And I kind of put down the power of being in person as a big one for him, and actually just having that opportunity to communicate. Same thing, he put down that using the phone and scrolling through the phone, which used to be viewed as maybe a younger generation thing, now applying to all of us, is his big thing when it comes down to procrastination. So goal was basically getting the opportunity to dialogue in person and getting direct and personal communication. Again, I think I can speak to it. Us who were elected in 2020, I think I've seen all of you guys maybe less than 10 times altogether in person. So I think that's a huge goal. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great. Thank you. Michael and Eric.
Yeah, so I had the pleasure of speaking with Marjorie Sloan,
Oh.
secretary on our board of directors here. And we started off our conversation with why we got involved in the RTD board. Marjorie shared that she feels that transit is one of the most fundamental and most basic public services that we have as a society, since it literally brings us all together. She also noted that while she was mayor of Golden, she focused on local transportation issues and thought there was a great opportunity now to contribute to the region in a broader way for transportation more regionally. And we had a great discussion around what it means to serve. And Marjorie had a great, I think, quote that I'm going to use now, which is volunteering and service are the dues that we pay for living in this great society.
Nice.
And then we
Hang on, one more time. So volunteer, say it again.
volunteerism, I think. is what he said.
Volunteerism.
Volunteerism and service are the dues that we pay to live in this great society.
Nice. You get that, Patrick?
So we had a good discussion around that. We moved into what the goals of the day were. And aside from, a primary goal of really understanding where our policy goals align as a team, Marjorie noted that this is a very special opportunity before we actually start our in-person board meetings. And this is a good chance for us to get to know one another a little better before we're doing business in person starting on Tuesday. And then item C, the ways to procrastinate. Marjorie shared an interesting one, which is that, well, first of all, she said she's so good at it that she has multiple methods, which I find a little hard to believe since she's gotten so much done in her career. But did share that she likes to shop her own kitchen, peruse and browse, not even so much whether there's actually a snack in the future, but just to, as I believe she said, know what is there and to know what's on here.
Nice.
Are your cereal organized alphabetically?
Yeah.
No, but my spices are.
Oh, my God.
For the record, they get poured from the box into a container and organized by. I know, every Monday.
First thing that you do every week.
Eric. And it was a pleasure talking to Eric and my pleasure to reintroduce you all to the talents of Eric. And he's already given you that quote. And the reason I brought it up was because Eric's reason to join the RTD board was to fill a need. And he feels the need to contribute to his community. I do have to attribute that quote about the dues you pay to be a member of society goes to a wonderful person who served as Golden mayor, the Mines football coach. He has a Mines football stadium named after him. Just a fantastic contributor to society, and that's how he lives his life. And Eric is following in his footsteps, and I would like to as well. As far as the goals for the retreat, Eric had a great perspective on this. he says he wants to talk about the policy goals with a particular need to listen to each individual and to find our intersections, which is a really good way to describe any retreat. As far as procrastination goes, he's not quite as expert at it as I am. But like Bobby, it's amazing what you can get done while you're procrastinating. Eric is, it's not one way. It's a combination of a run, being out in the great outdoors, and coffee in any order.
Yeah. Coffee. Yeah. Nice. I think Bob, are you,
Is this working? Can you hear me?
just a little closer?
Okay, I got a frog in my throat right now, but I guess, first of all, why did I, run for the RTD board? Well, I was recruited by a neighbor, Tom Tobiasen, who was a former board member here at RTD.
A little
because he-
closer, Bob.
Because he was term limited and needed to find himself a replacement. So I had an interest in RTD, but having served on the Dr. Cog board for probably about 10 years, I guess. And so, at that time, we were getting annual reports from RTD about fast tracks. And one of my favorite expression is, "This dog won't hunt." And looking at those, I thought there's no way that RTD is going to have enough revenue to complete everything that it's promised the public. And that's going to be a challenge to figure out how to bridge that gap going forward. I mean, you can reduce the scope of work, which is not going to make some people happy if it's their work that's getting reduced as a way of doing that. So I agreed to run, and I haven't been sorry, but in the last couple of years, have been a big disappointment. One of the most important things for us as a group is to get together and know each other if we want to solve problems. Trying to do it over Zoom just doesn't cut it, quite frankly. And I would never dream 5 years ago that you'd hire a new general manager on Zoom. I mean, it's like, I don't know, you're calling up somebody that you really haven't had a chance to get to know, to take on a very important position. I guess going way back in time, my first introduction to public transit was when I was growing up. We didn't have a car in our household, and so we had an interurban that stopped about a block from our house, and so I could catch a train and go into this larger city where there was a library to get library books, or to get a haircut, or to go to a movie, and that type of thing. And once I got a car, of course, then I was divorced from public transportation for the next umpteen years, because it's a lot more convenient with having a car. Sure. Yes, Michael Guzman. Well, he wasn't very talkative.
Michael, grab the mic. You're up next.
As far as procrastination is concerned, I've always got at least 200 unread emails that I can go work on if I'm trying to let something cook a little longer before
Oh,
I
interesting.
deal with it.
All right. And what about Michael?
I got a Michael director.
Yeah.
My favorite. thing
Tell
to
us about
talk
yourself, Michael.
Oh, goodness. Okay, ready? Lo hago en inglés o en español, ¿qué tú quieres? interestingly enough, I found out that I am the third Latino in succession to represent District C because we've asked the following person to run. So I ran because I was asked and invited. And I do believe in public service and I ride the bus. And so what a great way to serve my city and serve my community than helping with making policy for the Regional Transportation District. Let's see. The goal for today, to walk away knowing you as human beings. So when we have disagreement, I can fall back on that and I can see you as a human being trying to serve just like I am and find common ground with you and be able to move forward with policy even when we disagree. And hopefully there's more agreement than disagreement, but when it happens, it's important because we are humans first. And then my favorite way of procrastinating is coffee. I will make any excuse to make coffee and it's buying time. There's a process to making coffee the right way, grinding the beans, boiling water, brewing it, tasting it, making sure that it's prepared correctly. And it gives me an opportunity to do something physical that I don't have to think much about, which creates space for me to consider other alternatives to what I'm going to do next. What are my next steps? And sometimes sitting still is hard for me, probably because I'm always over caffeinated, but also because when I have a cup of coffee in my hand, I'm not going to spill a drop, and that will force me to sit still. And then I have to think about what I'm going to proceed to do.
That's great. Thank you, Michael.
All right, I had the pleasure of being with our chairwoman, Lynn. And she was, prior to her time at RTD, was a major cycling advocate and a power in the Boulder County Democratic Party. And she was asked to run. Today, she would like to further dig into policy and figure out what the next steps are for us and the board moving forward. And her favorite way to procrastinate, she circles back to bike riding and she will take a ride. And if you all didn't know, she's getting married in June. So she's been planning her trip, her pre-trip, and also the wedding.
Thank you. Yeah, it was very fun to get to know Ian a little bit. We share that biking world in a couple of ways, one of which is that he gets to give out all the money for e-bikes for the state, which is for the city, which is a very cool job, but I think overwhelming at times because of the demand. I talked to Ian about why he ran. He said it was a very short time frame, but he'd always had it in his brain that he had been a transit user and had traveled and lived other places and had used transit there. And he always felt like when it did come up, he felt like this was a great way that he could give back to something that he cared about. And his goal is what several of us have talked about, which is getting to know everybody and getting to understand what we want to accomplish as a group. So kind of both directions. Like others, he has several ways to procrastinate. I think we all do. The telephone is, of course, always an attraction, but he has a server with DVDs on it, which probably means movies a lot and music and those sorts of things. But his biggest thing right now is he's building an office at home. So he likes to go in and just kind of map it out in his brain and think about what tile he needs and things like that. So it was fun. We had a good conversation.
Great. Did we miss any board members? Why don't we just do quick introductions? General Manager Deborah and Melanie, not in terms of serving on the board, but do you have a goal, a favorite way of procrastinating? Good morning. Just we'll have everybody just at least introduce themselves. I'll give you the mic. No. No.
It was
Good morning.
There it is.
There we are. Super Saturday to all. So Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. And the goal I would like to see come to fruition is to garner a better understanding from all of you, my collective bosses, on policy direction. As you know, I talked to some of you about this and we've had conversations in executive committee. It would be quite helpful for me if I knew the rules of engagement prior to playing the game. And so we're not switching positions, midfield. And so that's what I hope that we can do today, because I think it will enable me to support you all in a much more cohesive fashion, because we all want the same thing. I want to make lives better through connection. I want to leave this region better than I found it, and ultimately, move people to and fro, because I believe public transportation unleashes people from their limitations. It's guaranteed freedom in the sense that you have access to opportunity. So I would like that to happen, and whatever I can do to support it, I'm here for it. So there you have it. I'll yield the. I'm not really I'm kind of weird. I'm going to be serious. It drives me crazy. When I know I have something to do, it eats away at me. So I really don't procrastinate too much. I'm serious. It's just one of those things. So I'd
That's the
rather.
right answer for the GM. right?
Exactly. I get it done.
I mean,
I'm
come
sitting
on.
here
Come
working
on.
now, so I can have a Sunday with nothing to do tomorrow. So anyway, but yeah, it's just not my thing. What motivated to take the job? Because I like challenges. I knew through the industry and hearing a myriad of different things that this environment needed some work. Collectively, just as I said before, wanted to make it better than I found it. And I don't shy away from challenges. That's the way I was reared. My parents did a good job with that. And, you can't spell challenge without change. And so basically it was something new and different.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me? Melanie Snyder, I'm General Counsel. Good to see all you this morning. What motivated me to join RTD was the tremendous public mission. Public transportation is incredibly important and public service is deeply important to me. So it was a perfect role. Goals for the retreat. I would love to hear my 15 directors that I advise come to some consensus. You have such wide-ranging backgrounds and priorities and thoughts, and I would love to see you all kind of coalesce around some shared priorities and objectives. And my favorite way of procrastinating, I'm with Director Deschelle. I get some satisfaction around doing housework. There's something tremendously satisfying about just vacuuming a room and not seeing dog hair anymore. So yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Let's see, want to acknowledge Jillian and Taishrei and Hillary, and is it Chase in back? Chance. And our folks from Garlic Media. So thanks to everyone. Did we miss any introductions? Next slide. So again, I want you to think about, as you meet people, if for in-person meetings, even on the Zoom, about this idea about motivation. What motivates you to be on this board? What motivates you in terms of how you want to present and what you want to accomplish? Because I think that's really the purpose of this retreat. I'm glad that these goals are what you've had here, because I think that's exactly what we're going to try to do. So if we have the next slide, please, you need to use the mic.
I just want to point out a point of interest, if anybody hasn't paid any attention, that this whole week's date are palindromes. Today is 3/25/23. Tomorrow will be 3/26/23. Then 3/27/23. Just because I promised that we were going to have some fun. So there you go.
Yeah. Puzzles, raise your hand if you like puzzles, those types of things, word puzzle. Okay, right. So trying to build some familiarity here. Next slide, please. Okay, so I did some interviews with directors, general manager. Most of you, we talked about desired outcomes. These are very consistent. What constitutes community values, policy goals, and one of the things that I heard throughout the interviews is there's a difference between capital P policy and lowercase p policy, big P, little p, and sort of where does that fit within your goals as directors, the roles and parameters of the board? Joanne had talked about that in terms of some of the governance issues and the meeting structures and committees and defining sort of community values. Next slide. Yes.
I might be a bit dense. What's the difference between big P policy and little P policy?
We're gonna get
like big D Democrat, little D Democrat, where there's like clearly defined terms for both.
Yeah, great. We're gonna get, that was one of the questions I was gonna ask you all to help to define, but the big P, in terms of, and I may look to the general manager for some support here in terms of, because we want, as we get into policy goals, and what are the policy goals that you want to work on over the next 12 months, want to be clear about what is it that we're talking about in terms of policy. Here are the things that I heard. So I'll come back to that in just a second. But what are the things that we heard were that was big one, which is that mentioned over here. What's the direction of the board? Where do we want to go on policy? What are some action items and commitments that you all as a board can agree upon that's your direction? What are the community values? And particularly around outreach plan, partnership plans, how is it that you're communicating and engaging with your constituents throughout the RTD district? I heard in terms of policy goals, this idea about, what's our role around a welcoming and safe environment? Is the code of conduct, is that operations? Is that policy? Is it agency reputation, which was mentioned a number of times? How, what are the sort of welcoming, safe environment pieces, and those are some of the policy goals that you had talked about. RTD funding, Tabor exemption, is that, and other pieces around long-term sustainable funding for RTD came up. No surprise, the ZEV and transition plan, I know there are a lot of questions about that, a lot of interest in advancing those type of things. And the other things that I heard about was, what's the role of the board in terms of transit-oriented development? What about, and these are sort of less common, but what about Front Range Passenger Rail? And how does that fit with Northwest Rail? What does that mean around partnership associated? So those are some of the policy goals that we heard about. And I include in that Joanne's comment around governance, which is the next slide, please. Or actually, I'll come to that in a minute. So communication. So a desire to know each other, to humanize each other as board members, there's an interest in understanding and being able to engage with each other in constructive ways that even if you disagree about the approach. So Michael mentioned this about, finding common ground with each other, or even if you can't find common ground on the substance of it, what are the ways in which you can communicate with each other in constructive ways? Transparent about intent. And talking about, that's part of why I wanted to start with some motivations, like what motivates us around the various issues. And there was some feedback about really when we're talking about any of these policy goals or some of the controversial things that you engage with, let's be clear about what's motivating us and what's behind it, and that there's some sensitivity around the use of language and code words and other types of things, and that as a board, what I heard as a theme is a desire to be more sensitive around that. So to be in some ways, it's this balancing act of being frank and open and direct, and also sensitive to about how that information is going to land with other board members, land with the staff, as well as land with the broader external, your broader public. One of the other things that I heard a lot about is the need for, in terms of communication, is to give each other the benefit of the doubt on this, and to look to improve ideas rather than to reject or to refute those. So how is it that an idea, it's kind of like, have anybody do improvisation? We've been sort of, the idea isn't to say yes or no, but it's to build upon that. Doug, you're a performer. So the idea here is to act and improve upon ideas rather than to reject those outright. And I heard a number of that.
Can I push you on your language because when I hear the word use of language,
Use the mic so that those. Joanne and David, equally interested.
I just wanted to push you on your
Yeah.
use of saying it's about being sensitive to language when we're talking about coded language, as opposed to it being about respect.
Okay.
Because saying that you need to be sensitive to others is sort of implying that there is a deficiency in the person you're talking to.
Okay.
But when we're talking about coded language, we're talking about respecting the people who are in a position that historically, right, we're using coded language to, whether that's any of the isms, whether knowing or not, we're talking about dismantling a system and working against the system. So instead of saying, oh, you need to be sensitive to them, as opposed to you need to be sensitive to the needs of others as though they have a deficiency, it's actually about respecting them and making sure that they have a seat at the table and are treated with the respect they deserve, just like every other colleague.
Yeah, well said, and better, see if I'm saying that right. So yeah, nice in terms of the idea about transparent about intent and be respectful, and better way than saying being sensitive to use of language. Although I think that there's some specific language that has been raised over that people are sensitive to. And so respectful of that, being cognizant about how that lands and about how people interpret that, I think that's really important. So I like that. Next. So board functioning. So this is a question that was raised to me. I was asking the questions, but there come a couple back. It was like, where are we as an agency at our best? What about as a board? What, how is it that we operate? So, there's this tension between representing the entire RTD district and responding to your individual district needs. That's your elected officials, you're elected per district, and there's an expectation that you represent the entire district, and yet those things, there's a bit of a tension there. That's actually an interesting carryover from time. I mean, for as long I think as RTDs existed, and at least in my understanding, the smaller committee structure generally is working well for most people, and that I hear a lot of that members that are participating in the committees, even when they're not part of that, and there's an opportunity to do that. The board reports, maybe that was one of the tangible things that came out of last year's. This balance between in-person and virtual meetings, the need for having in-person conversations and to understanding each other, and at the same time the convenience of virtual meetings in terms of particular committee meetings, and sort of what that balance is. And then, as we've already talked about, and Deborah mentioned as well, which is board staff dynamics, what is policy, what is operations, what are those gray areas, how do we get clear and more specific direction from board to staff. And so those were the main themes that I heard in my interviews, and I'd love to, and thanks Bobby for challenging some of that language, and I'd like to encourage more of that, if you will, about what here resonates. Is there anything that's a surprise to you? I imagine that much of this is not a surprise to you, but I want to check that out. Thoughts on the state of 2023, the state of the RTD board, just in terms of this desire, what I hear, a desire to get better as a board in terms of how you function, desire to work better with staff by providing clearer direction associated with that, and then thinking about and cognizant around how you communicate and develop relationships with one another. Those would be my three sort of takeaways, if you will, from this. So thoughts, observations, stuff that's missing. We're going to go in a minute to the policy goals, and we're going to get to the sort of big P, little p kind of idea and what you are going to do over the next 12 months. But thoughts on that? Vince, Peggy, Joanne, hope you're with us. We're in the moment of soliciting feedback and direct feedback and thoughts about any surprises, any anything that you think that has been missed in terms of, if you would take a bird's eye view, which is sort of what I've tried to do, of this governing body, this board of directors, what have I missed? Troy?
Well, I think Vince came off. Yeah.
Vince, please.
I think my buddy Vince came off mute, then went back on. So I think Vince had something. I was just trying to get your attention.
Thanks for that, Troy. No, I was going to acknowledge the process, and if I have something to say, you will definitely hear from me. Thank you.
Thanks.
I, for one, would say there are no surprises up there. And thankfully, that should be the case. So you did a good job with the interviews.
So here's the challenge then. So if there are no surprises, and I know that's just from your perspective, Troy, which is then the rest of today is about how do we get better as a board in terms of some of these pieces? How do we get better in terms of these policy goals, providing that direction, having that sort of opportunity to have specifics and accountability associated with those, if we can sort of identify, what did people say, consensus and, seeking common ground and all of those kind of things. So that's the challenge, if you will, of if this is an accurate reflection, then our challenge is then to do something about it, to make progress associated with that. Kate, go ahead.
Jonathan, can I interrupt?
Then use it because we have people who cannot hear.
They're trying to make it work over here. If we could make it work, I'd use it. Okay.
There we go, Kate.
You happy? Okay. I just wanted to say that I think that it's really interesting that I see so many common themes. They are worded a little differently. Most of us have our own individual ways of expressing things. But generically speaking, I think that I see a lot of commonality here, with more than I expected to see when I came in. So that I just wanted to comment on that.
Jonathan?
Others? Lynn, please. No. It's the one on the left.
Now?
Yeah.
I like the first question on this slide. Where are we as an agency and board at our best? I think that's a good way to get people sort of imagining and thinking through, what we need to do to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, the assumption, Joanne, please. Thanks for using your hand function, and Peggy, both of you.
Actually, I wanted to flag that Peggy had tried to get your attention earlier.
Oh, great. And Peggy, sorry, I missed it. And I guess we should have asked about your leg too.
No need. Progressive. I just say that, talk about how the board can get better. I kind of would like to put an adjective before that, or adverb, whatever. Continue to get better is what I would like to say, because I think over the last couple of years, despite our challenges of COVID, we have done some remarkable things as a board. One of them was hiring our GM CEO. Another one, and this was near and dear to my heart, and I noticed some other directors' heart. We really made great strides in terms of our internal function, and really making a wholesale change in that, with to accountability to the public and just even our other elected officials. We just made really great strides in that direction. And there are some other initiatives as well. I mean, the zero emission vehicle task force and some of the others. There's been some really good work. And Jonathan, when you talk about what motivates individuals, or what motivates this board, I was reflecting on my experience as a board, and I'm motivated when I have a project to tackle and a problem to solve. And I think that I just wanted to point that out, but we have just made some really, really good progress. And so as we talk about this board getting better. Let's talk about this board continuing to improve. Thank you.
Yeah. Well said. I don't think you heard some of the here's. They weren't on mic, Peggy, but I think that this may be a personal flaw, which is sort of looking at, sort of not doing the acknowledgement associated with, this. And I did hear a lot of that. An acknowledgement of the work that you've done, the credibility and confidence that you have in the general manager and CEO, and I would also say and concur that most people do better when they have something to do, a problem to solve, a task to be done, and it's especially important for the board of directors to know what that is so that you can make those contributions. So I think that's very good points. And Eric, please.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Is this, okay, good. I just actually wanted to build off of what Peggy said, because I think that is a great first question about where are we at our best. And Peggy made the point, we hired a new general manager. So before my time, certainly, but the board got together, agreed we're going to hire a new general manager, and agreed on what good would look like. The audit committee was also mentioned, and the changeover of the the internal audit function. We agreed
we got it shaking hands here from Bob.
What needed to change, and decided to do it. And we heard in the beginning from our general manager and general counsel the ask of the board to have a unified vision, to have more, cohesion in terms of what we're looking for. So I think it'd be great to really, actually use those as two examples. What are more things where we can find those intersection points and decide those are the things we need to get done. Those are the top important items, just like we decided with the general manager and internal audit. So I think that first question and what Peggy's comments were are great places for us to start from today.
That's great. Yeah. Well, and fortunately, that's how we've designed this retreat, which is to dive into those next ones. So I just wanted to linger here, particularly with Bobby's question about capital P, lower P policy, right? Because we want to move into that, because where your task is and where you're at your best is in terms of that broad policy oversight, fiduciary responsibility to RTD. And so the question there, and there's some tension about what's policy versus what is operations and those types of things. And I wonder, Deborah, if I can put you on the spot in terms of the capital P and lowercase p. I know you weren't the only one that said it, but there was a number of others that talked about that. Julian, did you want to say something first?
A lot of layers now.
So, what am I, oh, right here, got it. Yes.
We get a mic 101.
Here you go. This one's
Okay, big P versus little p. What we were talking in a general sense about, and I believe the general counsel opined on this as well. I didn't mean that in that manner. But deciding collectively when we focused on bigger things that sets the trajectory for the organization, a sustainability policy whereby I and members of my team are doing different tactical things to ensure that that policy is actually being effectuated in the manner in which this policy board foresees it. If we decided we were going to reduce our, carbon footprint, you're setting the policy, but not telling us how we're going to go about doing that, because that's from an operational administrative vantage point. That's the difference with big P versus little p.
Sustainability being the big.
Sustainability being the little p, but saying that we need to get 15, hydrogen fuel cell buses and park them in this garage would be little p in that regard, because ultimately we're trying to talk about the scope 1 and scope 2 aspects. And when we talk about that holistically, recognizing that there's subject matter experts relative to, facilities, i.e. our professional engineers, our chief engineer, you know, and things of the like. So that's just one example top of mind. Does that help clarify the difference between a big P? Okay.
And I apologize, but I got lost in the articulation of a distinction between big P, little p, when you said sustainability was a little p, and I thought actually that would be something we would all agree with.
No, I said sustainability is the big P.
Okay, that's not what I heard, so
Oh,
that's
did
my
I say it? Did
You
I
said
say
it-
it wrong? I misspoke, my bad. I did. Okay, I apologize. So thank you
Okay.
for the clarity. I said the sustainability policy is what you all would set. Oh, okay,
So it's,
okay.
so
Thank
the
you.
sustainability policy would be the broad, here's what we as a board want to see.
Right.
And then, and the little p or the,
It's 1 a.m. I thought, yeah.
and the
And
little,
then
and
the
then the
little
little
p-
p is about how that's,
We got 18 buses that are hydrogen fuel cell. We'll store them here and do that. Yes, which is operational in
Exactly.
nature. Right. Okay. Thank you. I was just,
No, thanks for calling me out on that because in my mind, I said it the other way. Okay. That help? Okay.
this is a good segue into how you can be your best, right? Because we want to focus on those big, your tasks around the big P aspects. And so, could we have the next slide? So and I may have introduced this at the last board retreat, but so our task this morning is how do I understand each other's and make progress on policy goals? That's what I've said this a couple of times. And I use, and at CDR, Patrick and I use this concept of the triangle of satisfaction. And it includes 3 different types of what we call interests, things that are important to us. One has to do with procedural interests, about how something is created. It's the process, it's a participation, it's the way of making decisions, and it's really important that people's and board of directors' procedural interests are recognized, right? And for you about the things that are important to you about how something gets decided. The psychological interests are about how we want to be treated, listened to, respected, all of those types of things about being heard, and also about that you as a board want to make tangible, measurable recommendations and or outcomes. And so the thing that I have seen in my work is that when board of directors, when groups can talk about the things that are important to them and why, procedural interests, about their substantive interests, as well as their psychological interests, you can have a richer discussion about things. Sometimes, and I'll speak from experience, that I focus on the substantive things. What are the tangible, measurable things that we're going to accomplish? And so I'll just tell a little bit of a story to illustrate this. I've been given permission by my wife to tell this story, but I've been at CDR Associates for 24 years. And this story is about how I totally messed up when getting hired at CDR Associates, because we had lived overseas, we'd come back and we had this agreement that we were going to take the first real job that we would get. First real job was defined as healthcare, 40 hours, those kind of things. And we were going to talk about it, right? So we were both applying for jobs all over the country. I interviewed once at CDR, got a second interview, and they said, call back at this certain time. And we were all still in the process. I called back and funny enough, it was in the days of payphone. So I didn't, sort of predating our scrolling distractions, but it was 1-800-MEDIATE was the number. I called, they offered me a job, talked about the logistics details, and I accepted the job right on the phone. And and one of the things that that I didn't say was that when my wife and I started dating, she wanted to move to Colorado. Colorado this, Colorado that, the mountains, the program at the University of Colorado, all of these kind of things. So in my mind, it was like we were going to decide. The substance of this was trying to move to Colorado with this job. And so I accepted the job on the phone. She was really upset at me. I didn't understand that because hey, we're moving to Boulder, Colorado. But part of it was a procedural interest. right? About we were supposed to talk about that before we accepted a job of to determine. And part of it was a psychological interest about, I guess her voice didn't matter as much as mine in this. And so she was completely happy with moving to Boulder, Colorado, the job, all of that kind of stuff. And she was still frustrated with me in terms of, and now it's not the only time I've made this same mistake. But I think part of what I want to encourage you as board of directors to do is to think about not just the substance, but it's about how things get decided, about how you are heard, respected, listened to in that regard. And I want to encourage you to do that in this policy goals discussion that we're going to have right now. Okay. So any thoughts on that? Does that make sense to you about, and be really thinking about those different dynamics? I can apply this to working on, various RTD projects that I've worked on or other transportation ones, but I just wanted to give you this reference points that to the extent that we can talk to each other about our underlying needs and concerns, the things that are most important to us, and maybe they're in these 3 different flavors, it can be helpful for this discussion. Okay, next slide. And so here's a little triangle, and obviously what happens when, one side of the triangle is shorter or longer than the other, it can collapse, and there's all that. So next slide. So we wanted to have you in work in small groups, and I introduced some of the initial policy goals that we had talked about. And I can go back to that slide, or at least the ones that I heard, and thinking about the context of the big P and your role over the next 12 months of what is it that are there other goals, policy goals? So in your small groups, and we're going to kind of do it, and I think just by tables, are there other goals besides the ones that I had listed there that you want to discuss, talk about, engage in, have questions about? Are there additional ones? What are some of the key issues and challenges related to meeting these goals? And what are more than just, sort of this is what we want to accomplish? What are some ideas for making progress on these goals in the next 12 months? Recognizing that policy goals aren't governed by a calendar year. These are broader, bigger efforts. And then just at the bottom of this slide, it says, what do the other directors need to know about your individual district that may impact these particular policy goals? So want you to, feel free to talk about your own particular, recognizing you're representing the entire district, but you also have individual needs of your district members that may sort of impact how these goals are characterized, how they're framed, or those kind of things. Does that make sense? And I want to make sure that this is the conversation you want to have, right? Remember that Lynn introduced this because, and I see these sort of goals about wanting to provide direction to Deborah and her team and Melanie. So the idea here is big P. What do you as board members want to do? What are your aspirations for policy goals over the next 12 months? If 12 months is too limiting, you can expand the time frame associated with that. But we want to get into the meat of this about what is on your mind, what you can accomplish, how does this impact your individual district? Are there some ideas that you might have to advance that? And we're going to spend about 45 minutes you all talking about this, and then we'll come together. We're going to see where there's that overlap associated with that. I think there's going to be a lot of that. Marjorie.
Yes, just for clarification, I liked your triangle idea. So this discussion is related to the substantive leg of the triangle. Is that correct?
It can also be associated with the process. What is the you might have ideas about about the process, about how you will advance these policy goals. And in that process, about what are ways in which you all as board members can make sure that you're not leaving folks behind, that they're being, even if they disagree with you in terms of direction, your ideas, what are some ideas that you have to bring folks along and make sure that Michael, sorry to bring your goal up. I don't know where he went, up again, but it was to find common ground even when, or find a common process, even if you may disagree on sort of that particular outcome. Doug and then Bobby.
Okay, thank you. So to make sure that I understand it, in effect, what I hear you saying is start with a clean slate and identify what you think are policy goals, as opposed to saying, here are some various policies, some various goals. Do you consider them policy goals or not? So we're starting with a blank slate and saying, what do you consider to be policy goals? And I can easily think of things like, well, provide, sustainability is a policy, budget is a policy. I deal with safety and security issues a lot as well. So I think of the code of conduct as policy. We're making up that list. Is that your goal?
That's the first step, is to identify those, and you can use my list of what I heard as a starting point for that. You don't need to stay with that. But then I want you to go further. It's not just to identify what those are, but what are the issues? What are the challenges? What are maybe even the questions that you want to have answered? And then the final step on this one is, what are some of your ideas about that making progress on these over the next 12 months, Bobby?
Green means good. Can you display, when we break out into groups, both the directions and the identified policies from the interviews you had, so that we can see both at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. Patrick, how do we do that? So this is meant for you to, and I'm glad we talked about the big P and little p associated with this. My sense is that this list that I heard doesn't necessarily need to be constraining, but it should probably be the big P, right? What's in your policy kind of wheelhouse to do so. And then what we'll do, just so that you're aware of this. So what we'll do is we'll take these, I think we'll either put them on a flip chart, or we'll type them up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to continue to refine those. And with a goal of saying at the end of this, which is, what are some of our top goals that we want to advance in the next 12 months, recognizing that all of these policy goals are going to be important. They're all going to be good things, right? They're all going to be things that matter. And who said the comment about focus? The need to focus, and we'll need to narrow. Thanks, Bobby. Was that you? Okay. So the idea then afterwards is that we're going to take these, we're going to make sure we understand them. We're going to make sure we understand sort of what the issues and challenges, or maybe some of the ideas are, but then we're going to narrow them. And then by the end of today, what we want to say is, then what are you as board members going to do to advance those? Who's responsible for helping to advance these policy goals, obviously in coordination with staff, right? Make sense? Ready, set. We're going to have you at your tables, and maybe Lynn, you can join over here. Then there's 4, 4, and 3. Vince, Peggy, Joyanne, are we all good on that? Clear?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to go to our breakout room, I guess. Yeah.
Yep, you're going to breakout room, and we're going to put the instructions on a screen that everybody can see. If you want to, I know you won't be able to see it, but you can spread out around the room. I wonder again, to Deborah and Melanie, just to put you on the spot again, is there anything else you think is important for the board of directors to know as we sort of engage in this policy goal discussion? No? Okay. As soon as we get that up.
Jonathan, I'm sorry. Jonathan, this is Peggy. We can't see what's on your screen, so I wasn't able to see your triangle.
Can you see that now, though?
No.
Jillian just emailed those slides to you.
Okay, thank you.
So it's interesting, they can't see these slides? Oh. Oh, okay. I sometimes feel like I'm in the matrix. Like, are we live? We got, especially with hybrid is like, can you see this screen? Can you see that screen? Who's that?
Okay, he is involved.
Okay, so we have a small discussion. So what are key policy goals and aspirations for the next year? Sort of the tasks. Here are some of the goals that I heard. Put some meat on the bones. What are some key questions? What are some of your aspirations? It's a 10:25, and let's say that we reconvene at 11 o'clock, but take a break as well if you need to in your group. Get a cup of coffee or something like that, and we'll just check in at 11. Make sure that you have enough time. Ready, set. Here we go. Vince and Joanne and Peggy. We're gonna come back at 11:10. So if you want to just take a little break, there was a request for more time here. So so if you just want to give us a few more minutes, 8 minutes or so, we'll come back then.
But I think our input should be at least considered, because we can nudge the process. We are a stakeholder in that process. Okay, so what could goal you're trying? So we're on right now brainstorming ideas for mission. And of course, we can always add to any of the others as well. Well, and what you were saying, the challenges. So obviously, financial staffing, we're always told not enough people. Right. So, I heard that about. And then all of a sudden, yeah, which again, always a measure. Status of property. It's impossible, right?
Getting some work done. Good.
What is the ability to develop it, co-develop? Yeah, right. Plans, are taking too long. Design skills, concept of what can we implement while we're planning, while we are studying.
Zoom, we're just collecting the last of the groups, and we'll get started here in just a second. While we're waiting, Vince, Joyanne, and Peggy, I'm going to start with you all about just one of your policy goals, topics that you've just talked about. We'll keep going around the room until we've exhausted them, but we'll start with you first in just a minute. So just you're on deck, if you will, for baseball reference. Who's on deck? Who's on first?
Third day.
Okay, you guys ready? Well, I had a chance just to do, some listening in on your conversations. It sounded like they were rich. I know that there's overlap on some of those, which is as hoped for. So again, what we'll do is we'll take one of your policy goals that you talked about at each of the tables. We're gonna write them up on the list, and we just want on the list, and we'll see where they combine. And then we'll talk about some of the issues, challenges, ideas. And then I think the goal again is what are some consensus direction, if you will, to staff and for yourselves as well, to kind of help to organize your board activities over the next 12 months. We'll think about later on, maybe after lunch, we'll think about measures of success. How will we know that you're making progress and successful on these policy goals? And we'll assign some responsibilities to it. So that's just a kind of a heads up about where we're headed with this. Vince, I'm gonna look to you and to Joyanne and to Peggy about, do you have, what's the policy goal that you want to start us off with? And I'm going to put it on a flip chart paper here. And I think Patrick, if you can type it as well, so that we can be able to share it electronically, that'd be great. So Vince, Joyanne, Peggy, how are you all doing out there in Zoom land?
Good. We had a good discussion, but I think our discussion was a little different than what we were directed to do. So we talked in a more general sense, because if you take a look at that slide, the policy goals that are listed, I mean, if those were all the policy goals that we focused on in the next 12 months, that's quite a handful right there. But in a more general sense, I think what we thought about was, whatever the policy goals are, we need to really define them and talk about what it means to us. So, for example, a welcoming and safe environment. What does that mean? Clearly there are elements of security and things like that, but how can we better define that in order to give staff, a more clear direction on what our thoughts are? And then, at least from my perspective, there's this, the big P, little p, right? But there's this whole space in between. And I know, typically as a policymaker, you say, okay, we want to focus on sustainability. And sometimes staff will say, perfect, we got it from here. So we'll take all this, and everything in between is operations. But, I think, at least from my perspective, I think the board should be more involved in this middle ground, and a better way to do it, and a better tool to use to do it. And we do it sometimes, but I don't think enough, is through the mechanism of a study session, where when we've given staff a policy goal, they get started on things, come back to us on regular intervals and report on what's going on. And so we can help, tweak that if it needs to be tweaked, or say, you're doing great, keep going, and things like that. So, I understand that the ideal is to have a clear distinction between big P, little p. I don't think that exists, and I've never thought it exists. I think there's a lot of gray in between, and I think there is opportunity for us as a board, not to interfere, but to help shape these policies as they move forward. And I get it that staff, when they get a direction, they want to just go, and they work hard, and they make things happen quickly and do a great job. and sometimes maybe they view us as kind of getting in the way, but it's kind of part of our job. So anyway, that's so better define our goals, use study sessions, and Peggy can probably talk more of this, but is really defining what are the measurable results that we want to come out of. What are the metrics we use to say this, we've done a good job and this is the policy. So that's what I have. Peggy, I'll turn it over to you if you've got some more.
Let me just say that this group, your Zoom group, you're going to have multiple bites of the apple, if you will. We're going to keep going around
Yeah,
until
okay.
we've kind of exhausted
Okay.
what everybody's heard. But let me
Great.
just make sure I've got it, Vince, at least to start off with, which is for any of these policy goals, we need to you all need to define and articulate that about what does that mean? Look at the gray areas that, where there's not a clear distinction between the, capital P and lowercase p. And so are there processes for gray areas? And then it's the use of study sessions and using sort of interim check-ins along the way. Or those would be the three things that I heard, Vince, in terms of that rose to the occasion. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll come back to this group on Zoom in a minute. Let's begin with the group in the room in the back. What's one policy goal that you want to have put up on the board here?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. So we had 4 big P's that we discussed as a group. And one of the first ones we talked about was the need to diversify funding, and that we need to make that a long-term policy goal of this agency and commit to. Given where we stand, we had a discussion about how even in the United States, where we love to underfund transit, even in the United States, we're unusual in our dependency on one single source, and it being our sales tax revenue. And we have, if I think of, the Eisenhower matrix of what's urgent and important versus what's urgent and, urgent and important and non-urgent and important. We have near-term things like Tabor breathing down our neck. And then we have the long-term need to figure out how to diversify. So we had a lengthy discussion about that. And on the other parts of the triangle, we had a good discussion about being truly vulnerable and honest, not just with each other, but with the community about where we are at as an agency, what we can deliver, and where we are in terms of our needs and communicating that clearly. So that was one of the big P's that we had a discussion around, as well as some of the how we approach that from a psychological standpoint.
That's great. So, and I heard clapping, and I know this group also talked about that, which is the long-term policy goal of needing to diversify that funding away from just sales tax. And then the other need, which is about how do you communicate externally and presumably also internally about what the real opportunities and limitations there are for the existing service. And was that vulnerability and honesty, was that focused more externally with partners? And Michael, is that maybe your?
So I think one part is we have to be vulnerable operations to board to operations about where we're at and what the current state of the system is and the agency. And then we need to work together to craft a communication strategy outward to the community, where we can ask for support, where we can ask for help where we need it, and where we can be honest with just the tax-paying public in the district to say, this is what's going on and where we're at. How do we move forward? This is our plan. So we kind of have to work forward and backward at the same time. We have to know what our policy goals are and where we're going to be at. We also need to know currently where we're at and work on communicating that outward so we can receive the support that we need. Great example would be, we know politically if a tax item is going on the ballot in a statewide referendum, nothing happens without Boulder approving it. Even if Denver were to approve it 100%, which is not likely, we can't move forward without help from Boulder, right? On anything that has to do with taxes. That's a given numerically and statistically. And so how do we work with Denver and Boulder and Arvada and Aurora and all the other places that we represent as a region to move forward on anything. But we have to be honest. And so it's not, I'm not picking on anybody in Boulder. I'm just saying like any item that would go forward isn't going to make it without their help. And so we have to be able to have a good, honest amount of communication and build trust through that vulnerability in our region.
Good. Thank you for that. I heard clapping over here for diversify funding. Was that right? Do you want to expand upon that in Vince's parlay or parlance, the, sort of defining it further about when you thought about diversifying funding, having that a long-term policy goal, what's on there?
Yeah, I think on diversifying funding or frankly, RTD fund.
I don't think that's on. Is it?
Green. Oh, you guys just can't hear me. Personal, not a user. Great. So when we talked about RTD funding, sort of broke it out into a few different areas, right? On the Tabor side, we talked about, are we missing the forest for the trees? The other way around, right? By not taking a step back and saying, is the question really about de-Brucing RTD as a district? Or is the question about de-Brucing transportation funding, right? If we're taking, as opposed to saying, well, this is RTD and we're really fighting for RTD, is there an opportunity to take a step back and build a broader coalition around the issue itself, as opposed to losing, well, it's all focused on RTD. On the revenue side, we talked about the fact that Michael Davies and that team fought hard to get certain restrictions removed to allow us to diversify our revenue stream. But we as a board haven't taken the time to stand in and pick that up and say, this is what it means to have a vendor on site. This is how we're monetizing these parking spots. These are our park and rides that are underutilized, right? Does it mean we're charging a percentage rent for a pop-up retailer? Does it mean, right? How do we monetize, right? We fought hard for a policy change and then didn't monetize on it. And then the third sort of big, or two more funding related issues, right? One was better leveraging board unrestricted funds. This year in the budget, I think can confidently say it's a 9-figure number of board unrestricted funds. And in most public agencies, where and how the unrestricted funds are being balanced is a really key issue. What we currently do is we provide a lot of deference to our staff and our team, and they say, okay, this is budgeted for, and we need to pull this much from board unrestricted funds. What does it look like for the board to come together and prioritize and say, we want to direct this much of board unrestricted funds, right? They're called board unrestricted funds for a reason, not staff unrestricted funds. And so how do we better work with staff and leverage that monetary policy and create monetary policy to fund, to start, to study these initiatives that we all say are really important to us. And then finally for youth-free fairs, right? When we're talking about different types of programs, these are also funding opportunities. Not to say that we are going to be profiting off of school districts, profiting off of nonprofits, but to say that we're going to provide a free service and we're going to go partner with people to get this funded. We're going to go partner with people to bring in outside funds to fund a priority for the community. That sounds a lot better than saying schools are going to, these people are going to pay for it. But at the end of the day, that is diversifying our revenue stream. That is bringing on new funding partners. So when we talked about funding, that was sort of the big one. And then 12-month plan was making sure that this goes into finance and planning and that our Tabor ad hoc committee, right, sort of starts to move report into finance and planning so that it is at a standing committee. These are priorities there. These are discussion items that we're able to move forward. And if it comes up and it's a discussion item, then and we don't have anything as a board to talk about, then that's on us, right? Taking some of that onus off of our staff and putting it on us to say, this isn't necessarily always staff's job to prepare that discussion item for us to talk about. And if we can't talk about it, we can't push it forward, then we need to reevaluate whether or why that's on our agenda, how important it is to us.
Great. Wow. Vince and Joyanne and Peggy, you hopefully you heard that there was some clapping around the room, I think, for the idea of the policy goal of diversifying funding. The idea around, as diversifying it beyond sales tax, looking at the idea of debrucing transportation as a whole, broadening the sense of partnership to that, looking at how to monetize the policy change that was in terms of better leveraging unrestricted funds, specific ideas around youth-free fares. So it's an idea about how expanding that, and then the idea of moving from ad hoc to the finance and planning piece. Did this group have a funding? What did you want to add to funding in terms of this long-term diversification? Did you have something that fits in here, or is it a little different?
Well, we have a lot of things to add, actually.
Just to the funding piece, and then
Well, in terms of the funding, yeah, I mean, in the past, when we had board retreats, and Kate and Bob will remember this, we were always tasked with coming up with what are the 5 things that we want to focus on for not the next 12 months, but for the 12 months after that, because we always did these things as a planning session a year ahead. So in 2017, we met and we had the priorities for 2018, because we had already set the priorities for 2017 and we were in 2017. So it was a slightly different approach. And that's why in looking at, and I'm sorry, I will stand so that people can
and Doug,
see me more clearly. So we, relative to that, one of our classic goals was always to ensure fiscal sustainability and vitality, among other things, by diversifying revenue sources while simultaneously having a clear understanding of our revenues and expenses, or sources and uses, if you will. And also to have, in order to ensure that sustainability and vitality, when major financial decisions and major infusions of revenue come before us, to make sure that the board has adequate information as to alternatives. And there were some examples used, like, well, we came up with a policy of 85% service coverage. Did we really talk about that? And I think the answer is, well, by virtue of that service plan, we did talk about 85% service, and that's where we chose to infuse funds. But then there was discussion about when we put $180 million into the union pension fund, was that something we could have used for other purposes? So for details, check with Director Broom relative to that. The issue is we talk a lot about plans. And as a group, we decided that we wanted to articulate that plan preparation for all plans, whichever ones of these are being addressed, of course, must be done by staff. But all such plans must ultimately come to the board for final review and approval before dissemination and before implementation. And an example of a plan, of course, is the code of conduct. That's a plan. That's a plan for dealing with customers' behaviors. And that must come to the board prior to changes, modifications, dissemination, or implementations. We talked about another goal relative to looking at safety and security and a safe environment, implementing additional efforts to attract, retain, train additional security staff to serve our customers and provide personal safety. And we may, as a board or as directors, have individual ideas about this, but it's not our job. We just offer thoughts. And yes, sir.
I apologize. And one of the key issues we all identified was communication. And
Right.
the prompt was, do you have anything to add to funding?
Yes, I know. And now I'm giving the balance of my report, if that's okay with you.
I think that's not the intent of the facilitated session. And so I would value if we tried to all actually listen for what's trying to be
Okay,
facilitated.
I misunderstood. I
No,
thought
that's-
we were each giving our report.
No, no, it's,
I was wrong. I'll sit.
No, no,
down.
no, no.
I'm sorry.
So
I
I-
apologize. I was wrong.
so hang on, Doug, because you'll go next in terms of welcoming and safe environment. But is there anything else that we want to talk about as it relates to the diversifying funding pieces here? And I look to Vince and Joyanne and to Peggy as well related to that. And then we'll move to the welcoming and safe environment piece, because I know that that was a topic for others.
Well, actually, one further thought on that was from Director Sloan, who talked about seeking financial support from HHS to pay for our additional increase in enhanced security services, rather than just looking to DOT for grants, to look to HHS and to see if they could provide some.
Okay. Anything more on the funding, diversifying funding? Sounds like there's a long-term policy goal here, looking at, broadening it from just from RTD to debrucing transportation potentially, looking at revenue changes, the monies to monetize some of those policy changes, leveraging unrestricted funds, moving this from ad hoc into financing, thinking about sustainability and vitality, looking to beyond just the Department of Transportation, but also potential housing human services as a funding piece. More on that, and I'm looking also at Joyanne, Peggy, Vince, and just take yourself off mute if you have something to add. More on that goal, that policy goal. I got a couple of claps a couple of groups clap for it. Sounds like there's some momentum there, and we're going to dig more into that later. Okay, welcoming and safe environment, and just do that one, and then we'll see who's got. Go ahead.
Yeah, and relative to that, we talked about the code of conduct is part of it. And as I say, I jumped ahead. So I was giving more than just the one response, but I was trying to make it confined to one section.
You're good, Doug.
Rather than multiples.
You're good, but let's just focus on this
But
one.
yeah, relative to that, I think we've addressed the preparation of any of these plans on the code of conduct and so forth is something that the board has to be engaged in, not in terms of drafting and not in terms of fly specking, but being presented with for review and approval prior to dissemination or implementation. And on that, we talked about additional efforts to attract, retain, and train. Oh, and when we talk about security staff, please understand that includes our social workers, our mental health staff. They are part of the security staff. It's a team. It's a team that we use. Those folks who respond, and that's where we believe, for example, HHS will come in. And I won't get into the zero emission transition plan because that's the next topic down. Thank you.
Okay. So the idea around the policy goal that you're thinking about, and we'll add a verb to this, which is to increase. I didn't do that because we didn't want to preclude the outcome, but it sounds like from this group, it's about to increase the to try to promote a more welcoming and safe environment, to engage the board on the plan. It sounds like, in terms of specifically around code of conduct, I think you're making a broader comment about broader plans, and then a focus on additional attraction and retaining of staff. And that's broader than just, security. It's about mental health and other social working, and that's where the Health and Human Services came into play. This table in the back, did you have something on the welcoming, safe environment piece?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we basically asked ourselves, this is relating to community value and customer excellence ultimately. For a first-time rider, and of course, those who are frequent riders and familiar with our system, asking the question again, am I going to get there? Am I going to get there on time? And am I going to get there safely? And I think that connects ultimately to this whole idea of, are we a welcoming and safe environment for first-time users, for frequent riders? I think that's a question we have to be asking ourselves. And we kind of connected it ultimately with the idea of welcoming, not only from a safety standpoint. So are we addressing any unwanted activity that's going on either our vehicles, at our stations, at any of our RTD property? Are we addressing that? You know, that's ultimately, you know, that's a policy goal as an individual director. I think several of us directors want is, what are we doing to address that unwelcomed activity? But also welcoming, I always viewed it as signage kind of connecting to that ultimately. And I think that is, again, am I a first-time user? Do I understand when my train is going to be there? You know, speaking from a personal story, last weekend, I was with myself and I had my Next Ride app and I knew a train was going to be coming 15 minutes late. Okay. It wasn't communicated that when they look it up on our digital systems. And all the folks around me were saying, let's just get an Uber. We don't know when this train is coming, you know? And so how are we ultimately communicating that? How are we welcoming not only our customers who have been using this system for years, how are we welcoming our community who is funding this system to try it out and say, this is efficient, this is easy, this is accessible? I think that's really the big thing that we talked about, is welcoming not only comes from a safety standpoint, but from my viewpoint, I think from several others, it comes from a signage standpoint. So I think that was the big thing we talked about.
Efficient, accessible, and what was the third one?
Accessible, efficient, I already forgot this. Safe, yeah. But I guess it overall, is it an easy system to use? You know, can I understand the system? I think that's the biggest thing. And again, it's the connection. For instance, this is me looking into a little P, is how can we communicate the Next Ride app with our digital systems? Honestly, because our digital systems tell us when our train is coming, and it won't, you know, necessarily say that there's a cancellation. And again, I might be just speaking anecdotally when it comes down to it, of when I'm at the Lincoln Light Rail station and I'm waiting for a train, I can see it on the Next Ride app, but it won't necessarily say that when it comes down to our digital systems. So
yeah. So just so I'm clear here, is that you're broadening sort of the welcoming and safe environment beyond necessarily just a security, safety perspective, but really looking at efficiency, accessibility, predictability associated with that, on time, safe, getting there. Signage is a big piece. And, you know, one of the small P's, it sounds like, is, can we get the Next Ride app integrated with the system? And that is a sort of, well, I put it over here just because I didn't want to lose it, but that's,
right.
You know, okay.
I think it's just a good question. If you want that community validity, the folks that are funding our system have their local mayor try out our system. Did they enjoy riding it? Was it accessible? Was it efficient for them? You know, if they've never tried it out. And I think that is something that we really need to look at as an agency and say, for a first-time rider, for a community who wants to try RTD, how easy is it for them? So that would be
okay. Good. How about our group online? So Joyanne, Peggy, and Vince, in terms of the policy goal of a welcoming, safe environment, did you have conversations? Is there more to add to this in terms of what the goal of the RTD board would be in this regard?
We didn't have specific conversations, but it goes back to the better defining of what it means. And Julian just touched on that. What does that mean? Is it just safety and security? Is it better signage? Is it simplifying the system? Things like that. So better definition is the overarching theme.
Well, and what I heard was that it is a bit broader. It is broader than that. It's about, you know, and this group connected to community value and excellence. There is a sort of desire to address unwelcome activities, but it's much broader than that in terms of signage, predictability, accessibility, all of those types of things. And so I'm trying to understand sort of what the policy goal would be in terms of those aspects of it. So we're getting sort of some more definition. Joyanne, please.
Thank you. We also talked about safety more broadly. You know, safe, like making sure that system is safe for riders with disabilities, that things are ADA accessible, that trains don't derail when it can be helped, things like that. I mean, just the general safety, those big safety things that make the news and can potentially reduce the trust that the community has in the system, or improve depending on the topic.
Yeah, so the welcoming, safe environment, at least for your group, is looking at how do you make that safe and accessible for folks with ADA and or other issues. So it's really security wasn't necessarily the top of the list there for you on that one. Is that right?
No, it's not that we didn't talk about security. It's that we broadened. I think we just had a more broad perspective.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Peggy.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, and Vince said it well. We really wanted to put some more definition and to really categorize what that means, but also to really define what success looks like and what the desired outcomes are for each of those components.
Yeah. And I don't know if you heard what I was suggesting is that right now we're just getting all the policy goals out to the extent that we can define them, recognizing we'll need to define them more. And then probably after we take a lunch break, we'll get into measures of success, action items in terms of responsibilities as well. So that's coming, Peggy.
I apologize. I did not hear that first part because it takes me a while to get set up.
No problem.
Okay, thanks.
Anything more on from this group on the definition or the context of a welcome, safe environment?
Yeah, we had some of the same conversations, but we talked about, just the basic issue of the diversity of needs and desires among our constituents and our stakeholders, and what are our priorities? And it's in the sense that this is the conversation the board needs to be having is, can we focus it as a sort of a side piece of that? Can we focus on here's what we do? And that we can't be all things to all people, but what do we want to be to the people we serve, and how do we do that? And that a big piece of that is our public outreach, but a lot of it is conversations. And we did try to talk about, where we put these things, and it clearly is with operations and safety, I think. But maybe with these committees, what we need is sort of an ongoing agenda of these discussions, and that's up to the committee, I guess. But I think, we talked about finance for some of these other issues, is that we keep them top of mind in some ways, that's kind of a charge to the committees.
Okay, so I'm just struggling a little bit. How do I capture that? Is that new? Is that on community? Is it sort of outreach and partnership, or is that a sort of
No, it was safety and security is, we have the diversity of needs and desires, and what do we provide in terms of our facilities and our buses? What are we providing? But that this is a conversation that needs to move forward. In terms of the 12-month issue, it needs to move forward with operations and safety and be continuing conversation.
Okay, so that's a sort of you're envisioning maybe a standing sort of topic or agenda item that gets that in the safe operations and safety committee.
We talked about how it relates to all of the other items that are up there, and that a welcoming and safe environment is tied to the other goals. It's tied to how much money we have. It's tied to our community values. It's tied to ZEV. But basically, we agreed that welcoming and safe environment is a big part of what the board can work on.
Okay, and we'll get more specific in the afternoon about what ideas there are to do that. There are a couple here, which is including that about communicating about what you are doing, what you can do, and having that as a standing item in the operations and safety committee. There may be other ideas to do that, and we'll come around to that. More on the big piece about welcoming, safe environment, piece like that, Bobby?
I think it builds on what this group said, which is
to create a welcoming and safe environment, there's a lot of focus on code of conduct, what you can't do. There's a lot of focus on police and how big they are, and whether they're armed, whether they're not, and what jurisdiction they have. But there's also a lot of lack of safety or welcoming in, for the vast majority of our stops. There's a pole with a red sign with a blue number on it, blue background with a white number on it. You don't know when it's coming. You don't know how much it costs. You don't know where it's going, right? Those are things just as a general approaching your life in the everyday world that are unwelcoming and unsafe. I would say most people here do not feel safe when they're doing that. That's why a lot of micro-mobility companies, Lyfts, Ubers, et cetera, they show you your route. They tell you how long it's going to take. They tell you what it's going to cost. You know the safety things that are there. It's explained to you what's provided, because that in and of itself provides people with a lot of safety and comfort.
So is that building up, that's more than signage, that's more than predictable and integrating the app. What do you think in there in terms of like, what's the idea around that? Because that is a reality, right? Which is that even an Uber and Lyft and micromobility, they have an app that people are engaging with. So
I think it's maybe proactive, non-invasive safety, right? Information, right? It's which is signage, right? Signage is one way it's addressed. It is communication. That's one way it's addressed. But it's that, how do we proactively solve some of these discomforts as opposed to reactively, there's trash, I need more people to clean up the bus.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a real proactive theme to this topic in terms of what it sounds like in terms of a policy goal to begin with. You want to, sort of engage your whether it's additional staff, which can happen with additional attracting different staff, but it's about getting out there, addressing sort of the first-time users, signage, proactive, communicating what you can do, what you are doing, maybe also what you can't do if in that context, if to the honesty and transparency piece as well. More on this framing of this. Is this the right framing? Welcoming and safe environment, creating, and the verb and ahead of that would be creating. Is that, or reinforcing, or what's the, Kate, enhancing? Okay. Enhance, foster a welcome and safe environment. Okay. Let's move on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Sorry, and I'm not sure if this would fall under the policy standpoint for this topic, but we talked about partnerships with local municipalities and local officials again, and it's going back to the vulnerability regarding specifically from the safety standpoint of our main objective as a transit agency is to get you from point A to point B. We're going to get you timely and we're going to get you there safely. But again, some things are going to be out of our control when it comes down to us being an open system. So again, partnering with Lone Tree Police, partnering with Arvada, partnering with Denver, I think that would also kind of fall under the policy category, I believe. So.
Why don't we stay there and think about, was there more on partnership, or, it's somewhat related to community values and outreach, more from your group on partnership that was specifically, sort of related to your policy? Again, what we're trying to figure out is your policy goals for the next 12 months.
Well, the theme of partnership ran through, I think, all of our big Ps. So for example, with funding, we can't do it all on our own. And as Michael talked about it, it's really difficult for us to get additional tax approved funding. So partnering being really, really critical. So on this issue, we talked about that, how essential it is for us to create that welcoming environment, but be open and honest that we can't do that alone. Clearly articulate and identify the areas that we can't do it on our own, and then create a plan, little p, that we're looking to staff to show us how we are engaging district wide everywhere with all stakeholders to accomplish those things you can't do on our own. So I would say that as it relates to this topic, just as Julian said, it was, specific to admitting what we can't do and asking for help. But partnership actually ran through all of our big Ps, given the fact that we can't do it alone.
So partnership's an interesting one because, it is, what is that definition of what makes for a good partner, right? Because it's, and what are those expectations around it? One is about being open, honest, communicating in a transparent way to local agencies and organizations. What's
Shared vision and commitment to act. I mean, that's, we have to share the vision that what we want is a welcoming transit environment, which actually is harder than it sounds. And then we have to have a commitment to act together. So I think we need to have clarity around who are our partners that do share that vision and that have a commitment to act with us. That would be what I might offer up to the group.
Thank you. We'll stay with this partnership for a little bit, and then I see the sort of food coming, but go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, the partnership ran through everything that we talked about too. And in terms of what this board can do about, we talked about having, with the help of staff, having each director have a plan to engage with their particular community and to entice those partnerships that we felt like in terms of our people power, we don't have enough people power to do the kind of work that we would like to see happen and that we need to see happen for funding, for welcoming and safe, for community values. All of that is related to how well we can engage some partners. And I think that everybody here is committed to doing that. So as an outcome of this retreat, we'd like to see us all move forward in engaging community partners.
Okay, so the idea of the policy is a sort of enhance or increase partnerships with agencies and affected. One of the potential tasks you might have is that individual director outreach plans and kind of clarity about how that would be supported by staff. And Marjorie and then Lynn.
This is just a brief underlying comment about partnerships. We have to recognize that there has to be mutual respect and mutual agreement on the goals of the partnership, and always understand that it's a two-way street.
And do you want to just say a little bit more about your comment there, Marjorie? Like what's fueling that, or what's an example of that happening where you have that, or maybe the converse and not necessarily specific, like what partnership, that's part of what I was asking was like, what does partnership sort of mean? And Eric talked about the shared vision to act together, and identifying what maybe it's a task about who are those partners that share that piece, but say more about your comment.
Yeah, I think partnership activities require the two-way communications. RTD is, of course, encompasses a greater jurisdiction than anyone else, but that should not affect the attitude between RTD and the locality. It's not a benevolent relationship on the part of RTD or only requesting help from the localities on the RTD side. It has to be in two ways in every respect.
Yeah, right. And, having sort of knowing that that's not always the case currently in terms of how that operates and what the expectations are around partnership. And you always want to make sure that is a respectful two-way agreement where it's not just, sort of giving, but it's a give and take associated with that. Lynn, please.
And I think we have a couple of tools for that. One of them is the sub-regional councils. And so I think it's real important that we keep that sort of as the North Star of those councils, is that we're there to listen and to consider what they want for their community. And then I know that Michael Davies and Stuart Summers and Jen Webster from Catalyst have been working on sort of a response to our local government survey that didn't go well, meaning plans to get in front of many of the city councils, and the staff can't do that. That's they may do part of that. They may come with some of this, and I think we're still talking. Are we talking about community values too?
We're talking about partnership and sort of and that piece as a
Policy?
So what I was going to ask that in a minute. Is it a policy is that a goal of this board over the next 12 months to increase your partnerships within the community? And that's what I was, I see some heads nodding, but that was going to be a question about whether.
I guess I see that as a goal towards achieving increased or enhanced community value, or it's really everything. but
And
it-
funding and all of those
Yeah.
pieces, because it's interrelated. Yeah. So maybe it's a cross-cutting objective associated with all of the goals, which is to increase partnerships and that two-way respectful agreement to act together with
I think it's critical. I guess I see it as a tool.
it's a tool, not a goal. Okay, that's fine. Okay, should we do one more policy goal before? Oh, go ahead, please.
Just real quick. So with the legislature too, I think it's a relationship we already have, and we're kind of, budding relationship in terms of their funding last year and this year for a free month. Can we also play and say, look, more people would actually take the buses and trains if it were a more safer, secure environment? And to say, look, can we have your help in that regard too? And build on and just funding, instead of just funding the operations, but can you also help us with safety, security? In that way, it's additional revenue source. It's an additional partnership, building on a partnership we already currently have, and selling it that way.
To the legislature.
Yeah, to the legislature. Instead of just saying, okay, we're going to fund a month, but we can also do year round if you also helped us in that regard to have better safety and security. And you can help us in that regard.
I'm going to just highlight here sort of legislative support on the welcoming safe environment, but I get that it falls under
funding
funding.
to hire people.
Yeah.
And to do more partnerships with the community.
Mhm. Okay, do we have time to do one more yeah, let's do one more policy, please.
I think it's also really important that we talk about trust. And if we're going to have a partnership, they need to trust us. And part of that is being vulnerable. Part of that is building relationships in the community, but also like we do have some reputational issues around trust, specifically around the rail to Boulder, that's going to be an egg on our face, and along Mont. We just, we kind of have some things that we have to build back that trust when we go and we say, hey, we want your partnership. And they're like, we're already giving you all this stuff. We need you to meet us there. And so there's just some things that we also have to recognize that we got to build back trust.
Yeah. Yeah, so that, again, that issue of trust and building trust is sort of cross-cutting across at least these two policy goals that we've outlined here, and with partnership as well as sort of a key thread throughout that. Should we take the zero emission vehicle and transition plan to get started? Is that a policy goal? What's the goal? What did you talk about in your groups? Paul, do you want to? Oh, you want to start, Bobby? Okay, Bobby.
My group would love for me to start. So I won't shy away from the opportunity. I think we talked about, right, the transition plan and the ZEP plan and, you know, from a policy standpoint, the short version is it needs to get done. But talked about, right, the fact that taking a step back, right, the big P policy here is a sustainability policy. So where are we going? And this type of plan is cross-cutting on funding. It's cross-cutting on welcoming and safe. I think a lot of these goals are cross-cutting
They
across
sure are.
each other. But I think on the very short action item was we need to get it done. And that was sort of the policy, but also want to talk about taking a step back and saying, what is our overall sustainability policy? That includes how are we dealing with trash on our vehicles? That includes how are we procuring for our actual facilities, not just the fleet and what's out there, right? But we have tons of facilities and buildings. Just to level set, if the goal is carbon reduction, buildings and the creation of buildings have higher emissions than transportation. Buildings are the largest emitters. And so it needs to be holistic. Can't just be focused on buses or cutaway vehicles or the sedans and SUVs, right? It's everything.
So it's beyond the individual rolling stock or, you know, or buses or vehicles themselves. It's about a holistic. So the policy goal, if I'm understanding it, that this board might want to take on as a sort of a task is looking at sustainability in a much more holistic sense. ZEV buses are would be one aspect of it, including looking at the facility, the building facilities itself.
Yeah, I think it's right. It's carbon reduction. And are we operating towards that goal? And
Okay.
Also the embodied carbon that exists within any asset.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Doug?
I think it's fair to say that a ZEV transition plan is a manifestation of a sustainability policy. It is a part of the actual implementation of a sustainability policy. And a ZEV transition plan is not something obviously that's drafted by the board. It is directed by the board of directors, especially as relates to timing, as has been addressed. The policy, the CAP-P policy here should be to prepare such plan and to take such steps as are necessary to prepare such plan at the earliest possible moment and present it to the board as we did, for example, with Northwest Rail Study, with the FAIR study and others, with several options saying here's sort of plan A, plan B, plan C. That can be done and needs to be done. And it is the most impactful way of showing that we are actually serving the sustainability policy that we have. So we believe that we need to have that transition plan put in place as soon as possible, and that the policy is to have it done as soon as possible. What it actually says is obviously going to be what staff comes up with in consultation and working with others.
Okay. So the ZEV transition plan is a component of the sustainability policy. The direction, if you will, is to implement that in a timely, in a, you know, I forget what you said, Bobby, in terms of that fashion, quick fashion, but it's part of a carbon reduction effort. And we want to look at sustainability beyond ZEV transition plan and to the more holistic around the facilities and all of that. How about this table in the back? What was Zev, transition? Sounds like sustainability is a better term for this policy goal than sort of what I have up there in terms of that a Zev transition plan is a component of a broader sustainability. So Julian and then Marjorie.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up, we actually didn't get a chance to actually speak with it as a small group. I mean, I don't want to speak for all of us. I think we're all on board with sustainability and have transition plans, but going to the point of sustainability, I view it as ultimately, how do you get less cars off the road? Or sorry, more cars off the road. Sorry, I'm speaking for the automotive industry.
You and Deborah are just,
sorry. I jinxed myself. How do we have less cars on the road ultimately? Because again, if we're talking about sustainability, a public transit system is one of the best ways to fight against that. And I think having it so that our system is one, we have the fleet that's already in plan and the services we already have in plan. But another big thing is encouragement of ridership from our community. How do we get them out of their car and into our buses? What is the easiest way to move a whole group of people? A train, a bus. You know, these are excellent ways. And how do we get more cars off the road, less cars on the road? That's ultimately one of the biggest things that we overlook, I think, sometimes as a public transit system, is how do we encourage more people to actually use the system? That's going to help ultimately when it comes down to sustainability.
yeah. Marjorie and then Lynn. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I believe Julian and Bobby are both right. We are a transit agency, but we also have a lot of property that can be better served. What we do not have is an overall sustainability policy. We have a fast tracks policy. We have a 2017 direction from the board to the staff to provide a policy, but we do not have an overall agency policy. And I think that should be included in our goals and our goals for this year.
Did I hear somebody snapping their finger? Was that in support? Yeah, I like it. Let's see, Lynn, and then, sorry,
I got a quickie.
Strike that from the record, Patrick.
We did promise some fun. I think we need to take the V out of there, because if we're just hung up on vehicles, it's a zero emissions, which is what we're talking about in terms of sustainability, is zero emissions.
But you also do want vehicles as
Well,
part
no,
of
we're
that.
a
right?
transportation agency. I think that kind of goes without saying that we have vehicles included, but that is not what we are talking about here, is solely vehicles.
Right.
We're talking about ridership, we're talking about safety, we're talking about partnerships, we're talking about all of those things are part of our zero emissions transition plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think, Vince and Joanne and Peggy talked about making sure we're defining and articulating what this is. To me, it's broader than the ZEV transition plan. It's about sustainability that includes ZEVs. It includes facilities. It includes a sort of a much broader piece. And Marjorie's point is a sustainability plan. Having a sustainability policy should be a goal. I think I heard you right, over the next 12 months is to have something in place around that. Okay, Lynn.
Yeah, two things. I think, first of all, just to make, there are two different issues here. The overall sustainability policy, which
Yep.
I agree we need to get to. And as Doug was talking about and Bobby, the more time sensitive need for the transition plan, which is a big funding issue as well. So I think that there are two pieces here. And then just sort of kicking off the idea of our sustainability policy, the ZEV committee has approved a recommended goal that will be coming to the board as recommended action in terms of when in 3 days, zero emissions by 2050. So We've got to start, but all of those need to move forward. Thanks.
Good. Vince,
It's
Peggy.
coming in April, not in 3 days. Coming at the April discussion item at the Ops Committee, and then the Executive April Committee, and the April Board meeting, not in 3 days.
That's the ZEV transition plan.
It's just a goal. It's the goal. How to go.
Okay. What more on this topic? I know it, in my interviews, I heard many of the same kind of things. I wonder, Deborah, if you would speak to the sort of the timeliness around the ZEV transition plan itself, and just talk about kind of where that stands. And again, we're trying to build understanding here. We're trying to understand the sort of the implications, the challenges associated with this. You know, it's clear from the board a desire to move really quickly on this. So thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so kindly. I appreciate it. So I'm really encouraged because first and foremost, as we talk about sustainability, that's overarching. And as Director Williams said, taking the B out, because there's so many different elements. While we talk about a fleet transition plan is nothing if you don't have any facilities in order to maintain them, if you don't have workforce that's trained adequately to maintain the facilities. And as a couple of I know you were out and about, Director Harwick and Director Williams went to East Metro, and recognizing that the plans for that were developed in 1978, and that facility was born in 1979. I said was born. I said the building was born in, okay. No, that's exactly. But recognizing that facility opened up in 1980. And so we have to focus when we talk about transition plan, just for everybody's edification, the critical piece for this organization, unlike other organizations, are the facilities, because our facilities are so old. And we can do a fleet transition plan. When we talk about that, that's going to incorporate the facilities, because we have to do that first and foremost. And so we are bringing that to the board, the summary scope that'll entail all those different components, and it'll be multifaceted because we're looking at a comprehensive plan. It's not just what type of propulsion system do we need. We have to look at workforce. We have to look at route modeling, because we have a service area of 2,342 square miles. And as we talk about missing out on funding opportunity, Chair Geisinger and I have been talking about this. First and foremost, we're not going to lose out on funding opportunities, because we have to have funding for a facility in order to store the vehicles, and we can still, I'm sorry. You can get them through bus facilities. You can get money through Lono, but bus facilities. So nothing precludes us for going after bus facilities monies now, because it's about the facility. So I just wanted to share that, because I keep hearing we're going to miss out on money. We're going to miss out on money. We need to ensure we have facilities first. And so that's forthcoming, bringing that to the Operations and Safety Committee on April 12th for you all's consideration. And in the words of our illustrious chair, who told me last night, hurry the hell up. There's some context to that. The context when we were at APTA, Mitch Landrieu, the senior advisor to the president, basically was saying when he sees President Biden, he never calls him by name. He's just like, hurry the hell up. And so that was our joke. So I want to put that in perspective. And so recognizing that we all want to hurry the hell up, we have to be intentional. We have to be deliberate as we hurry the hell up, because we're not looking at, a one-off purchase for something. We're talking about future generations, so we can phase as we go forward. So you have my commitment. That's what we're doing, and recognizing where we want to be in the vein of hurrying the hell up. Want to ensure that we can do some things, and the chair and I have talked about this, recognizing we're going to come to you. Director Tisdale hit the nail on the head when he talked about Northwest Rail peak service feasibility, because we want to do it in the same manner. When we came to the board and we said, okay, here's what we want to do, the scope, you guys authorized us to do this as we went along, because you saw it from the outset, and that's where we can shave off some time to hurry the hell up. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, cool.
Should we have lunch?
Yeah.
Before you go to lunch, just the question about, is this the right discussion that we're having? Is this the good use of this board's time? Okay, and then your assignment at lunch is to talk to somebody about stricken from the record. What's one thing in your life, if you could have it back, that you would like to have stricken from the record? I once told when I was a child, I had my mom and parents told me to clean up the dishes, and, I didn't want to do it. I argued about it. And then I threw out the dishes and said I did them. And I was like to have that stricken from the record, that you all never think about me in that regard. So just informally talk about something that you would like to have stricken from the record. And hopefully you don't think poorly of me I do the dishes all the time now, Doug, don't worry. I was under 10. Yeah, all right, so grab lunch and we're at 12:15. We'll get started back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. I know we're behind. having a nice lunch. Sorry you're not with us.
So she's only 14, she's starting 15 minutes Friday.
Sure. Vince and Peggy, Joyanne, we're gonna get started here in just a minute. Hope you had a good lunch. Sorry you're not with us.
So. Is this girlfriend German?
She is actually.
How do you meet her?
We met her up at Boulder.
Oh, you?
Yeah, and actually he's not actually now that I think of it. She was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you guys go to eat? Terrible, terrible. First the kid getting killed right off campus. Was that a drive by or was that a?
Right.
Did they catch him?
I think they do have those too.
It's so tragic. I mean, there's 3 lives.
I know. Not those two.
Maybe we're still kind of honoring the judges.
That was, last speaker after last, a couple weeks ago was, I thought was Mitch Landers, and she was quoted where you say, hurry the hell up. Former mayor. Really did a good job. Very good work. It's like, you know, but that was nice. Let it get now, but it may not be there long. But we can start with that. So you get it out of the gate. So, hopefully we will.
We will. We will.
Police mark down all the evidence.
Drilling down. I know, I think it was Denver, I love Montello and you have to be somewhere.
That's when I'm dropping her off with a in your. Oh, okay.
I think we're okay.
Only 10 behind on the parade.
He's looking at your calendar.
All we need to do is do this. I mean, honestly, if this is, and we'll do the other pieces, but what's that?
Your mind is fine.
Everyone should hear you all.
Yeah, it's like always on camera.
An on demand. Oh. We're not sitting, we're starting. A little bit, yeah, I mean, it's similar to what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be 3 of us.
Oh, there's. The HOV.
Okay, let's get started. Real quick, anybody have anything that they want to announce stricken from the record? I think, Melanie's the general counsel, so, she understands about Supreme Court stuff and other things, having things stricken from the record. And anything to share? No? Just to get us started, just get us warmed up. That could. Absolutely. Normally, and I took this one from a podcast that's no longer on. It was called Stricken from the Record, and it was all geared around things that people had wished that they hadn't done or wished they hadn't seen or done. Those kind of things. So that counts, but we'll just get started. So Patrick, Lynn, Eric, and we sort of tried to organize a little bit of what we talked about this morning. So the modest proposal, if you will, is that the policy goal for the next 12 months as a proposal for you all to consider is one of the policy goals is diversifying funding with all of the elements that are underneath that. That includes, thinking about Tabor from a broader perspective about debrucing the transportation as a whole, about looking at other revenue sources, taking advantage of and moving the ad hoc committee into the finance and planning, thinking about looking at other agencies that are associated with beyond just USDOT and for funding. And the second one would be enhancing and fostering a welcome and safe environment. And this is includes, but it's beyond safety, security, and those types of things. This is about creating efficient, accessible, ease, understanding, looking at ADA accessibility, some proactive, non-invasive communication, clearly talking about, I think what was talked about before, this honesty and transparency associated what RTD can do, what it can contribute to doing, and what it can't do, which is also a cross-cutting element here. The sustainability policy, about looking at developing a sustainability policy, looking at advancing the fleet transition plan, incorporating, as Deborah talked about before, incorporating all of the facilities that are aged and those pieces, but that's sort of broader than just the vehicles itself, looking at the facilities, looking at those types of things. This is one that we didn't necessarily land on, but it's partnerships. And we've been sort of going back and forth about where do partnerships fit in here. And Eric, I think, was it you that had or maybe it was Julian that had the comment that trust prevents the achievement of partnerships? Ian, you want to say more about that? Use your mic if you would.
I was just saying that I think that we need to build that trust back up with our community partners. So like I live in Arvada and, we're via the SOP, we're losing some service, but yet at the same time, they're interested in coming to the table and partnering with us to potentially do like an on-demand shuttle. But that partnership is still good and there's still trust there. But like when we were on the call the other day, was it Erie? Erie just was reading us the riot act about just, their 30,000 people, and they were very upset and and not to take away from Erie, but they don't trust us. And so we need to build that back up. We as board members, as the staff, as all of us. And I think once we've built up that trust, and that allows us to come back and say, hey, we're looking at additional funding, or we want to partner with you to do this project that you're interested in and that we think would serve you well, or whatever. But so building trust amongst ourselves and with them I think it's key.
Yeah. So that's captured, at least in rough form, underneath the partnership, increased partnership opportunities. We've talked about mutual respect and agreement, that two-way piece. As part of this, I've highlighted in red, is the director-specific outreach plan associated with, and thinking about that might be a task associated with that policy. So what do you think about, and then we have some cross-cutting issues. And Patrick, do you want to just talk about the cross-cutting issues? And you're gonna need to speak up.
So we did discuss a lot of these, what have ended up becoming kind of these policy goals. But of course, a lot of you touched on some issues that aren't necessarily a discrete set of goals, but relate cross-cutting across all of those types of goals. So for example, collaboration seemed to be a big part of that. We talked about partnership in many forms to serve many of these additional policy goals. So for example, with funding, partnering with new agencies, partnering with the legislature, and partnering with local communities to in a sense, reallocate the burden of that funding and explore innovative ways to diversify sources of funding. With welcoming and safe environment, partnering again and collaborating with a lot of local agencies, particularly to provide additional safety and security and things like that, as well as, of course, partnership itself as a policy goal is all about collaboration. Similarly, effective communication seemed to be something that came up a lot, and effective communication in and of itself might be hard to pin down as a policy goal, but it's certainly a tool that will be in service of these other policy goals. And so, yeah, you can think of the cross-cutting ideas as tools or mechanisms, approaches to achieving the 4 major policy goal categories that are identified here. So for example, with effective communication, being open and honest and transparent about the funding situation came up a couple times, as well as in regards to the welcome and safe environment, communicating RTD's commitment to safety and operations, both what it can do and then implicitly what it perhaps cannot do. And with legislation or legislative relationships, that is also something that is relevant to many of these policy goals. For example, diversifying funding, legislative allocation of funding is something that, or the kind of the limits that are there is something that might be part of that conversation, as well as with working together with, for example, on sustainability, if there are certain mandates or things like that, that would affect the implementation of those policy goals. So those are just some of the ideas that came up. I do have a couple of pages of notes that we will be coming through, and I'll work to organize those to articulate this better. And so there may be some other cross-cutting ideas that came up but weren't immediately relevant. But does that kind of give everybody a sense of the relationship between these main policy goals while still capturing some of these other commonalities across them? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what we want to do with so that's a proposal to this board about this. Should you take this? What will you take on in the next 12 months? And specifically though, then what we're going to get into, if Jillian, if we could have the next slide. Sure, please.
Actually, it is. I actually want to point out that 12 months is not an appropriate time frame, because this board isn't going to change any for the next 20 months, right? We have 20 months to be together.
Oh,
It might be 12 months to the next time we see you, but the rest of us
Should you decide to have me
Yes.
back.
will be working together for the next 20 months without any losses or gains, theoretically.
Yeah, maybe that's a better, is that a more appropriate time frame? I see a bunch of heads nodding, like this is your challenge as this intact board of directors in terms of these be your challenges over the next, or your policy goals in the next 12 months, or I mean 20 months. There are a couple other things that I wanted to just highlight, which is there's some gray areas between the big P and little p. And one of the ideas that you might explore is when you have those types of things, because this is a board staff type of thing, how are you going to address those gray areas? One of the things that Doug, you talked about is that, plan preparation and getting the board, getting information, having reviews before it's finalized, those kinds of things. We've already talked about the use of study sessions. I think that was from our group online. And then I think, there was just one specific thing there about technology and the integration of the RIDE app. And so if this is enough to get us going, what I want to do further is for us to break back into smaller groups, and we're going to mix you up in terms of this group. And then further define what it is. I'm going to assign you a policy goal, if you will, and your group will further define what it is that what we're trying to achieve in the next 20 months. What are some practical action items that would move the needle, and forget the next 12 months there? Are there measures of success? How will you know that you're making progress on those? And, one of the things that I think, Marjorie, you had mentioned maybe on the executive team, or making sure that it's aligned with the strategic plan. And then we want to get to who's going to do what and when, where. Is it a specific committee? Is it a specific board members to assign this so that not only do we have these policy goals, but you see yourself in those policy goals and over the next 20 months or so. So that's what we'd like to do over the next 45 minutes, is to see how much more we can flesh out about the framing of what this is, about further defining the goals like Vince had talked about. What are some practical action items, measures of success, and then sort of who's going to do this. Does that make sense?
I was going to suggest that since we are all technology experts here, and we are talking about scrambling our groups, that if we want to take some of those people that are on the screen up there and incorporate them, I can get Vince right here on my phone. I can have that Zoom meeting. I don't know if we are technically allowed to do that, but well, he's not going to say.
I love that idea, Kate. I also think that'd be challenging. I think we're going to need to likely to keep the three that are on Zoom. Like, you'll be an intact. I think it'd be better if they were an intact group, just from a technological standpoint. I did want to mix up the groups that we had in the room here. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, does it make sense to have directors go to the policy goals where they think their background, experience, expertise might lend themselves best? And then if we have too many in one area, maybe we, look for folks who are willing to reshuffle.
Diversify funding, enhancing, fostering, welcome, safe environment, the development of sustainability policy, and increasing partnership. Those would be the four, which so raise your hand if diversify funding is something that your skills, talent, interests. 1, 2, 3. All right. That works fine. How about enhancing safe environment? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking online too. I'm not exactly sure how to incorporate the folks online into that proposal. Sustainability, 2, 3, that's 4, good. And then partnerships, 1, 2. Okay, I think. Yeah, do you want to do that? Shrey, how would that, could they sit around your computer? The rest of okay. So Peggy, Vince, and Joyanne, your task would be to flesh out the partnership piece, which is about how do you, are there director specific outreach plans? We'll type this up and send it to you so that you can see it. Patrick, if you could do that. And then the rest of us will take, we'll go to about 2 o'clock-ish, and we'll try to flesh these out to the extent possible. I'll give you some flip charts, paper. You can take the existing one and ready? Let's do it. So diversity and funding. This. You want a pen? Which pen? This is the safety and security team.
What happens if?
All right, so do what you can. Here's the existing. Oh, right. So Vince, Peggy, and Joyanne, can you join the other group? I mean, you join with the other
the breakout room?
Why am I losing my train of thought? The other link, Zoom link.
Okay.
Is this, you guys are sustainability? I'll ask somebody to be a scribe on this one.
Oh, look at me.
You want to step on the wall here? Yeah, so if you can kind of frame what this policy goal would be with a mind toward what it is that you're gonna do. 1 minute.
Good talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little small piece, some small piece stuff and duplication of some of the things that I think Deborah's already working on with this group here. So
What was that topic?
that was the safe and welcoming.
Oh, yeah.
So they're a little in depth. Tell us when you're ready, Shrey. Okay. Hi, Vince.
Hello?
We're gonna start. We're gonna start with the diversifying funding. We'll just give, did we lose, here's Peggy. How was lunch, Peggy and Joyanne and Vince? What'd you guys have?
Bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Ooh, pretty good. All right, we're gonna start with the first draft policy goal for the RTD board over the next 20 months, I think is sort of that, as we talked about. I'll turn it over to Bobby.
Awesome. Thank you. We were the diversify funding goal, directors Geisinger, Brew, Davidson, and me. We started with creating a broad goal under which a lot of our actions could fit, which was really thinking about understanding and recognizing we have a lot to do right now. Where do we actually want to be? Which was create a long-term and resilient funding model, right? That is the goal of diversifying funds, would be to create a long-term and resilient funding model, which aligns with our strategic plan of financial success. And I know we're all sometimes tweaking that definition, right? But by having a long-term sustainable funding model, it allows us to create and implement the programs we want to by being good stewards of public funds. You don't have any money to spend, can't really do the work. And Eric is going to quickly run through sort of how we broke down the goal into the different tasks, as well as the ways in which we hope to then create this policy and move it forward under those different goals, tasks, and ideas. I will admit that we had a little bit of an easier measure for success because you either, when you go and run a new initiative to make money, you either ended up net positive or you didn't. So fortunately, we developed the metric of success as are we increasing revenue, or is the program we're going to be implementing increasing revenue or not?
Yeah, thanks. So we got into a really, I think, good discussion about how what we've framed up in terms of possible tasks would actually create the basis of our next finance and planning committee as a potential discussion item to actually start getting into this and have regular discussion items on how we're doing. So this is not, I think this is a lot subject to change and getting the input of the committee. But some of the things we talked about was brainstorming and researching potential sources of funding. So we don't know what we don't know right now. We have a lot of ideas, but let's commit to look at what actually is possible in terms of fees. A number of potential fees came up, but all of them we would need to understand the feasibility of those. Public partnerships, private partnerships, and foundation funding were some of the other items that came up. So we have some, kind of the big P of creating a long-term resilient model. We've got little P's, or maybe the gray area, to Vince's point of, what we can actually do with this. And then some real sub P's where staff can really help us understand the true feasibility of some of these. Another topic was to create and research the feasibility of Tabor impact mitigation strategies. So this is looking at, whether we can, ideas that have been floated before, or creating an enterprise fund, for example, for the fare box revenue, debrucing, certainly, understanding what might be possible there. We got into, talking about the need to understand our true jurisdiction as a special district in terms of what we can levy in terms of fees. And then, we even started talking about researching and exploring long shot ideas, things like, competition. We also then started talking in our red area about some specific actions beyond just research that the committee and its staff partners might take together. For example, making a decision on and taking a position on debrucing. Bob pointed out this board hasn't taken a position on debrucing. So it's irresponsible for us to, say one way or the other where we truly stand on this. And this is really contingent on, what are the scenarios with and without it? What is the true risk? Can we explore that extension to 2026? And, could we consider that statewide idea that came up earlier? Those types of things are things we need to look at. And then as a board, take a position so we can arm our government relations officer and our CEO with some clear direction of pursuit. We also talked about similarly actually modeling out the funding from what we know we can monetize. So there's a report that was generated several years ago that explored other potential sources of revenue. And the board really hasn't done a lot with that yet. And we could go in there and say, are we dealing with potential large items that could have real impact, or just, teeny tiny, not worth exploring? Parking fees is something that came up. We also talked a little bit about advertising in the digital age of, are we advertising everywhere we can and should be? And then we talked about, benchmarking our funding structure against agencies in our cohort, levels and structure. And do we have a really good understanding of that? We might not. If we don't, we should get one. And then lastly, we started kicking around the idea of, do we create subcommittees? Because we started realizing we do need these roles of responsibility. So for example, on Tabor, for which we have an ad hoc committee, we just started scratching the surface of, could there be subcommittees within finance and planning that essentially report into finance and planning, researching these mitigation strategies from Tabor and leading the board to its position on Tabor. So that was a lot of what we discussed, kind of starting from that big P, to use our terminology of the day, into that maybe gray area of partnering with staff, to then getting to the definite little P's to which might be delegated with staff. And we concluded with where I started, we should use this to frame up a discussion item in finance and planning, involve all of our colleagues, involve staff, and really create a plan of action to go after that long-term goal Bobby started with, which is to create a long-term and resilient funding model for this agency.
Nice. Questions, comments, observations? Yeah.
Please put in legislature as well. I think that's really a big one. They just want to know where their money is going. So, if they're going to fund us for 3 months, would they maybe also fund one particular project? You never know. So I always make sure that there's, any equation. Just scoot this way.
What's great about that is there's so yeah, Paul, I love that, because we did say the legislature definitely needs to be engaged when we have those funding source discussions. But also there's another part of what you just said, which is the communication of our needs. And that's probably something we need to add to here. And again, gets into that, I think, little P with staff, where if we really have an idea around where we fit from a funding perspective, we can leverage our communication staff to help drive some of these things we're going to aim at, for creating these new partnerships, debrucing, if that were to be our position, et cetera.
And if
Great
they're
point.
going to fund 1 year, that we can try to hook them for the next year, and the next year it becomes an ongoing thing. So hopefully our fair, whatever.
Free fair.
Whatever, fair, free.
Air.
Free bear, zero bear for better air.
Perpetuity, because we've already done it, hopefully 2 years, and it'll be ongoing. You see what I mean? You can hook them 1 year on one thing, can hook them on another, and then have on that.
Okay.
Well said.
Good. Any other comments? How'd we do on the big P, little P, Deborah? And yeah, right level? Good. And let's see, we'll do sustainability.
Well done.
All right, first of all, we began with our definition of a sustainability goal, or what we call a policy or a goal. RTD, in collaboration and partnership with local, state, and federal governments vendors, and customers will take every economically feasible step to implement measures that support a sustainable environment and the provision of zero-emission transportation services. Now, of course, that can be polished, but I mean, that's a general statement of scope. Over the next 20 months, what are the actions that we could take to serve that particular policy? First is to initiate and complete the BIL required transition plan phase 1. BIL, the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's the law that requires that every agency in the country have an electrification transition plan before they can achieve the no grants out of the low no grants, because low grants actually have a slightly different tweak on how that works. I'll explain that to you later. In any event, to initiate and complete that process of the transition plan, phase 1, because the law accepts the fact that it is an iterative process. It is not something that is one and done. You put in your plan, you satisfy the obligation, you have the ability to come back and tweak it and improve it and do other things. Number 2, to prepare a detailed statement of a sustainability policy. We have determined that we really don't have in force, in hand, a sustainability policy. So what we want to do is to articulate a substantially detailed sustainability policy with some specific steps that we think need to be taken in order to serve this goal. Then next, to establish and implement best practices regarding carbon reductions, maintenance and care of bus stops, whether ours or others, I'll explain that in a minute, and facility management, addressing the issues that Deborah brought up relative to the aging nature of our facilities. And as Bobby said, the fact that even buildings emit, how do we deal with that? What are the measures we can do? Well, the first one, pretty easy. If we actually adopt the transition plan, you can measure that. Either we did or we didn't. Secondly, whether we adopt a sustainability policy. Again, pretty easy to measure. Drafting it is going to take some time and energy and scope, but we also know from Deborah that that's an achievable goal over the next 20 months. Third, to find, or if necessary, to create a carbon tracking tool that will help us keep a clear and better record that we can share with everyone, including our public, relative to our vehicles and our facilities and what is their carbon footprint. And then lastly, to approve the compilation of a best practices document for bus stops and facilities. We hear a lot of folks talk about the bus stops, and we know we've got like over 1,400 stops, and we own like 300, and the rest are owned by the municipalities and so forth. But what are the best practices? How are those supposed to be handled? We could help by compiling that information and making it available to everybody, because we know Arvada's looking at their bus stops now and they want to see how they're going to change that. Denver's working on that too. Are they talking to each other? No. So can we be the central clearinghouse for that and the facilitator for that discussion? So that's just one small example. And then, of course, obviously for all of our facilities. And that, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, presents what we dealt with regarding sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you think about internal responsibility or a committee, or where does this happen?
Yes, I think in large, and the answer is no, we did not articulate that. We talked about responsibility, and I pointed out, remember, that's why we don't get paid the big bucks. Other people are supposed to be doing this. But in terms of responsibility for monitoring and pushing it forward, I think it goes to the ops committee. as a practical matter. It is not something for finance. So that's an ops committee issue. Say it again. You think finance and planning? Oh, I'm sorry, you are correct. The comment is made.
I just
I
said,
have misspoken when I said the finance committee because it is the finance and planning committee.
and so I think it would not be unreasonable for that.
It
committee
would
or for
not.
Both of us or something. Somebody needs to move it forward.
Kate and I will arm wrestle over it later. And we'll see. But no, you raise an excellent point that I was being too flip in my discussion. Because really it is finance and planning. And when talking about, for example, the transition plan, you know, it's hard to find something more planning than that.
Okay. Other questions? Eric?
Yeah, that's interesting. The idea of it being finance and planning maybe even fits into that kind of subcommittee model. And also it does touch, as I think about it, the capital project side of planning. And it also does intersect then with this concept of, you know, are we or are we not missing funding opportunities, given that a transition plan and our sustainability plan are closely linked to those funding opportunities. So I would have said maybe the same thing you did about operations, but as thinking about it, it might be finance and planning. Sorry, Kate.
I think it's a both and, right? Which is there's different steps and different components of all of this.
Yeah.
And does it make more sense for the broad, big sustainability policy to come from exec to the board? And then for the ops related items, those go to ops. And then for the funding of said items and P3 and things like that, those would go to planning or finance and planning, right? I mean, I don't think these all have to be mutually exclusive, right? I think it actually works a lot better when we are able to create different flows.
I think you create some buy-in that way amongst all the directors, and I think that serves the purpose. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can you repeat what Bobby just said in terms, just for our understanding?
The big broad policy, right, that we would use to go capital P policy would go to and through exec, because it's more of a government relations, external type, big P, capital P policy. The operations related items such as a ZE, a zero emission transition plan, such as the procurement of buses, those types of operational and safety, which let's be honest, right? Zero emission is a safety, public health, climate justice item, go to ops and safety. And those items that are P3, public-private partnership underwriting, those types of items and paying for them would go to finance, right? And sustainability is broad enough that it needs to be a both and as opposed to a either or.
Anybody have thought? Go ahead, please.
I would just say that at the same time, I like this subcommittee idea, which came up with the Finance and Planning Committee. It gives a place with a series of meetings for this to be held. And so this one we might want to kind of think about a little bit where it goes. Sure, give me a wild idea.
Joint subcommittee.
That's crazy. Okay.
We'll capture that. I think that it's helpful. It's recognized that sustainability and the different aspects of it will have different homes, but maybe one is a sustainability subcommittee. Another could be a joint subcommittees or joint committees. Questions further and I'm keep looking back to Melanie and Deborah in terms of just observations, policy. Are we at the right level in terms of policy thoughts?
The question were directed to me. I wanted to be available. No.
Oh, well, I do. the latter part of what you were saying as related to our transit amenities and so forth, and we were talking about from a sustainability vantage point and the overarching element of that, I'm trying to see how did that basically, how is that interwoven to the sustainability piece? I'm not disagreeing with it, but I'm trying to understand, because we were talking about like Arvada's doing something, I know Dottie's doing something, and as Kate knows that there's going to be a presentation coming forward, ops and safety, because our teams are working on that holistically. And the ultimate goal is to do an assessment, recognizing that there are, you know, private property owners that have auspices over, you know, a pole and a flag being on their property and things of the like. So I was trying to figure out just what that was. So it was just a clarifying question. The big P, big little P, yeah, I get it. I'm fine with it, but I was just trying to get that piece because I wanted you to know that that's forthcoming. And
I was coming at it from a. I was gonna say, let's give them microphones. So, yeah, so Ian had some thoughts on that.
So on the list that had been brought up, they were talking about trash and things like that. So it was just talking about it from a waste perspective, but also. But yes, but also, I mean, for all intents and purposes, if somebody wanted to put solar panels on them or something like that.
We had a full-fledged shelter, and so yeah, because I got it, yep.
But if we're thinking, yes, if we were.
And that's how we generated the PIDs, the passenger information display signs, everybody, yeah.
Yes.
I get it, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out, that's why I qualified it as transit amenities, so got it, okay.
Well, good work. I'm gonna suggest just to sort of engage our Zoom participants and Michael, that we go to the partnership piece next. And you guys are going last but not least. Yes, thank you.
All right, I don't have a fancy poster, but I've got my notes. Please jump in if I miss anything, guys. So partnership, there were two parts to our conversation: overall partnership policy, and then the call for partnership plan and how policy will affect that. So I'm going to start with the partnership plan with the subregions. Director Catlin talked about a pilot plan in each subregion and how that could depend on what's going on in that subregion, like if there's transit dependency versus a lack of service, and how we're setting a policy to deal with that, and working from the beginning all the way to the end through that process. Different districts will have different goals to measure success, but a successful program will be the simple measure. We need to provide policy guidance at every level of participation, from the criteria for selection to approval to monetary allocation. And that should have some board influence on guardrails and direction on that. And then the thought of bringing in partners and funding through that process as well. So if somebody does get selected, what partners are they bringing in? Is it through a bid? Is it through a nonprofit? Is it community oriented? Is it governmental? What are we looking at in terms of partners, and how is that being communicated to the community? And finally, with that, there was a concern raised about certain districts may have people that are really excellent at grant writing processes. And so how do we support the application process with the call for partnership plan, either with staff or with help from us, to support an equity and access to these call for partnership plans? We also discussed separately the overall idea of partnership with local stakeholders. And that can be government relations, it can be nonprofits, it can be school districts, it can be neighborhood organizations. And so two things came out of that. We do have a government relations team, which is excellent. We've got Catalyst, who maybe we ask as a step to put on a workshop for partnership so we can develop a strategy for every director. I don't know if that's in the works or not, but it was what we discussed, that we cast a very wide net, which is going to require each director to sit down and think, make a list of who is at your table. not who needs to be invited, who's already there, and who do we need to make space for at that table? Whether it's nonprofits, school districts, RNOs, chamber, charter schools, political leaders, small agencies in your area, who need to participate in those conversations. We don't want it to be always a one-way conversation. Meaning the director shouldn't always be the person that's reaching out to that particular entity, group, or person, but that the relationship and the partnership is created so that it's going back and forth. They're telling us what they need. It's not always us chasing them down to find out what they need, because that's a lot of work for only 15 people when some of us have way more than that to work with in our large districts and regions. So it would be helpful to have a compiled list for help to figure out where those groups are and what they look like. And a measure of success would be the number of meetings that we can successfully arrange with the different stakeholders and be able to gather information on that. Did I miss anything, guys? Anything to add?
Vince, Peggy, Joanne?
No, I think that summed it up when it comes to the call for partnership stuff. It's important. And I know the process is ongoing now. We're going to be rolling it out in the future, but it would be good for the board to know what that looks like before it goes out. For example, applicants, who can apply? Who is eligible to apply for the program? What's the application process? What does that look like? How does the analysis work? What are the metrics used to rank projects? And then ultimately, how is the decision made and by whom and things like that? So just more detail and more board input into some of that. Thanks. Peggy, do you have anything?
No, thanks, Vince. I'm glad you clarified some of that. With regard to our idea about individual directors and the Catalyst involvement, because all directors have been asked to provide some time that they could meet with constituents that Catalyst is setting up, it was suggested that we perhaps ask them to structure a study session or workshop that brings all of that collective information together, and then for them to help us craft an outreach plan and a partnership plan with some of our local government officials. So we were just trying to figure out how we could pull all of that together, since we have such varying needs and interests within our 15 districts. Thanks.
Great. Joanne, anything to add?
No, they captured it.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Yeah, I think that's great. It sounds like a lot of good work. Says it's green. Is it on now?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. I'll lick it here. This one I think could be with the executive committee. I know Deborah could speak to this. There's a lot of this work going on, as I mentioned earlier. Stuart Summers and Michael Davies and Jen Webster from Catalyst are working on a schedule of meetings with city councils. It doesn't have to just be city councils that are our outreach to, but we want to be coordinating all that. And I think the important piece is getting a single message. And, our message may vary depending on who you're talking to, but at least we have the talking points and the base of a PowerPoint that we can use to move forward. And I like the idea of a study session. I think, am I right that they're working on some sort of FAQ for partnerships too? Can I speak to yeah, that'd be great. You take over.
Thank you for your work on the discussion around the call for partnerships. Just yesterday, I convened a meeting with the team, and it's multifaceted, recognizing that these are sub-regional service councils, and we recognize that the localized jurisdiction may not have the subject matter expertise or the appropriate staff. And so the intent in which we're going to provide, and this information will be rolled out and shared with all of you before we actually release the call for applications. The intent behind that is to ensure that we are providing assistance To the point that you raised, somebody may not have the experience in reference to putting forward a grant application. We are going to offer sessions and then offer one-on-ones as well. More specifically, as we talk about who will be making the decision on the projects, the point of the matter is that we wanted to ensure that those entities within the specific regions could weigh in. And so the staff is going to come back to me with a recommendation after we had a session yesterday whereby we're like, in order to ensure that we're being partners in all of this, leverage some trusted members within the broader region. I.e., for instance, I use Sarah Grant as an example, or there is Natalie Stiffer, the city of Boulder, for instance. And so it's not just RTD, but collectively very analogous to Dr. Cog when there's the call for projects that they do, and you have different representation because we have a member of our staff that are on that collectively. So it's ensuring that there is cohesiveness amongst the sub-region. So we're not placed in a precarious position about what project it should be because they know their areas better than we are. There'll be criteria relative to what that is. And then they would say, for instance, if you're in the Southwestern region, there's coordination among that group to say that these are the projects we're putting forward and we're ranking them 1, 2, and 3. So that's not left to RTD per se, and that comes full circle in reference to the coordination and conversations that ensued through the accountability committee. So that's one option as we flesh that out. So I just wanted to share that, and basically it'd be concurrence from us because basically they're discerning what it can be, meeting the qualifications, because if we are providing funding, we have to ensure that we're adhering to the eligibility requirements as we look at Title VI and procurement practices, if in fact they're looking for a service provider. So all of those, with us being a funder, we still have to adhere to that under FTA. And so those are the different elements when we talk about the application, but we will be providing that information to all of you all in short order.
Kate, and then Doug.
Yeah, I just want to suggest that in fact, RTD's footprint is very similar to Dr. Cog footprint. And Dr. Cog does have lists that they put out for calls to project that I'm sure they would be willing to share with us so that we don't have to reinvent those lists.
Great.
In addition, in addition to the councils and county commissioners and the sub-regional councils, and of course, the local coordinating committees, don't forget your chambers, the chambers of commerce. They are excellent ways for us to demonstrate partnership and to communicate with lots of folks.
Yep.
And the TMAs, right.
Just to finish that, the reason I like the idea of a study session is that staff is working on all of these things. And you and I, Deborah, can talk some about this if the board agrees, but they're putting in a structure for getting information, and rather than them having to explain that and work it out individually with 15 people, if we pull together a study session with your team and the board and can kind of get people set up and with, you know, what the messages are and all of that, I think that would be a good use of our time.
Okay, more?
No, I was just saying to No, I was just agreeing. I said, yes, establishing a framework is recognizing it's not going to be a cookie cutter approach, but you would understand there's targeted messages contingent upon if it was a chamber, if it was a city council, if it's a TMA, TMO, but that gives you a framework, and then we could work with individuals specifically. And I use Director Guzman as an example because we have been working with him as he's gone out and tailored messages and so forth. So I just use that as an example because we've sort of tested this a little bit. So, okay.
I'll just say this, I am working with my whole district sits within the city and county of Denver. I have an easy job, but I have a lot of people that I intersect with. I've got 5 city council members that are in my district, and 2 at large. And they're all about to change because of the election coming. And so some will continue and some will change. But I also have several House representatives, senators, the mayor, right? Whoever that ends up being, we'll find out, that I have to work with. And I didn't even think, Joyanne brought this up, the school district. I haven't even talked to the school district officials yet. I haven't gotten that far. I'm still trying to reach out to all the RNOs in Denver who have a lot of power. in Denver, right? Those regional or recognized neighborhood organizations are important here. And so it looks different in everybody's district, but I've started to formulate a process of getting through to everybody and reaching out to them and building a relationship, developing a relationship further, or repairing a broken relationship. And I need help from staff. So I can set up those meetings one-on-one. I know who they are, they know who I am, but I don't have all the talking points. And that's where I need to rely on staff to provide that for me. So reaching out and saying, hey, I'm going to go meet with this person. Can you provide me with this information? Is there anything else that I need to know that is going to be effective in that conversation is really important. And so, you know, Vince said, county commissioners, and I don't have county commissioners. I've got city council people because it's the city and the county. And so they're both in the same, but we all have representatives. When you talked about the legislature, Paul, we all have people we can reach out to, right? And so what does that look like? And who are those people that belong at the table that we're having that conversation with? And it's not just political leaders, it's small businesses, the bid, right? The chambers, all those different things. But what I work with in the northwest of Denver looks probably very different from what Paul's working with, what Kate's working with in their specific districts, and who they would be interfacing with may not be the same as who I would need to interface with to have an effect in my area. They're all combined in Denver, let's be real, but you know, it's going to look very different from other people's. So we just have to figure out what that looks like for each director, and that's incumbent on us individually.
Well, and I think if I understand it, the first step in that is a study session and coordinating that so as to be able to support you on that. And am I get that right? Okay. Last but not least, enhancing, fostering a welcoming and safe environment.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to jump around a little bit with our bullet points when we come down to answering it. So I just wrote down our goal of create a welcoming, safe, and communicative environment on our vehicle stops and property for all customers and community members. That's kind of the best way I could summarize what we talked about. Points 2 and 3, I think, are going to fall a little bit into the gray area and kind of where most of our discussion was falling into it. So I'm going to come back to the action item and then the success of said goal. Strategic plan, I think it ultimately is going to be related to our customer excellence and community value. We want buy-in both from our customers that are using our system and also our community who might have never been on RTD. And ultimately, I think accountability and responsibility is going to come down to us reporting this to our operations and safety committee. I think that's going to be where I think every operations and safety committee, to be honest with you, having a report regarding this is going to be important. So this is going to be where the main point of our discussion is going to come down to. And I think it's going to fall into the gray zone. So we talked about basically data collection when it comes down to our customer and community feedback. And if that's something staff can do, specifically regarding feedback about safety concerns, the Transit Watch app, can we collect information basically that is related to one particular unwelcome activity compared to another? Can we collect information ultimately when it comes down to our digital signage? And can we use that customer complaint to or customer complaints or customer feedback, I should rather say, comments would be a better term. Can we use customer comments? Can we use community feedback to establish kind of a baseline of data? And basically the success of said goal would be to either see an increase in positivity or a decrease in any negative experiences that people ultimately had. We had a couple ideas, but I think that's where it's the big P versus little p debate where it comes down to it of, for instance, full transparency, I think us as directors had a lot of little p ideas that we came up with. So for instance, we really can't. But like, for example, speaking about the Transit Watch app being connected more to the NextRide app, having it be a little bit easier of a system for people to use, just ultimately coming down to one app. As we talked about, can we connect our NextRide app with our digital systems is another thing that we kind of brought up. Basically, can we make it an easier experience for our customers or our community members who would try and writing it for the first time. Another big point, which I loved, was talking about the positive side of RTD. So for instance, adding messages of positivity while you're riding the train or while you're using the app of, hey, did you know you helped reduce the carbon footprint by X? That's where it's going to fall into maybe more of a little PID idea that we were talking about. But basically where I'd see that as an overall big P idea would be, can we increase the positive outlook instead of having this ideas of don'ts and no's? Can we have the positive of riding RTD? How are you helping us out? Have you thanked your driver as a passenger? Have you been able to, instead of don't do this, don't do X, we appreciate you for riding RTD. We appreciate you for not chewing or not eating food or drinking on RTD. I think that was really the positive spin that we wanted to add when it came down to it. Again, connecting to community cap value, connecting to customer excellence. I think bullet points 2 and 3, that's where we're still working out with the gray zone of, can we establish baseline data when it comes down to that? And that's my question for staff. And can we have it potentially more accurate, more communicative for anyone who's writing our system? So for instance, when they use the Next Ride app, can we get a survey at the end of your ride saying how did you appreciate it? You know, can we have that instead of, for instance, people going out surveying on monthly basis whatsoever? Can we do it every time someone rides? So I think that's kind of what we talked about. Any others want to bring up anything?
We just really kind of came around to all the idea of welcoming and safe should go hand in hand. And if we can spend more time not looking at the negative aspects and saying, thank you for riding RTD, thank you for picking up, thank you for not smoking anything. That kind of attitude is indigenous to the whole system. And if we start here with the 15 people, mostly kind of in this room, with a positive attitude about what we do and what we do well, and thank people for being part of our system, was kind of where we beat that one. Go ahead, Paul.
Just reinforcing the whole area of gathering information that it should be hopefully readily available. How many Transit Watch apps were downloaded this month? How many people reported this activity, this activity, this activity, and then presenting on a monthly basis to our operations committee saying, this data has gone down, it has gone up, this is a long-term trend. This is information that we all need to know. So are we getting anywhere? And I'm sure that it's already, being collected. It's just reporting it to us, which means it'll be reported to the community as well. And I just think that, and that shows deliverable, is that it is data driven.
Good. Well done. I think it's interesting. You recognize sort of this discussion about small p, big P, large P, those kind of things. I wonder, in terms of the existing efforts, Deborah, that you're working on, how this dovetails with Respect the Ride and someone.
What I was reading back here. So back to what you guys were saying, as we look at our system holistically and ensuring that it is a welcoming environment, is putting that out there. While there's conversation about the code of conduct, for all intents and purposes, it's branding, like respecting the ride. And how do we do that in such a way? You'll be getting some information just at the end of the week as relates to some of these things that you have talked about from that positive aspect. And of course, you are absolutely right that we do look at data and we do know how many people are downloading. We do know the nature of customer comments relative to type of antisocial behaviors that may be prevalent on the system, and what might we be doing, because we get tons of feedback in reference to the strides that have been made. Case in point, Officer Fitzgerald is sitting back there and he knows firsthand what they're doing out in the system and how people are, experiencing a more welcoming environment. But I hear you all loudly and clearly, and that's what Stuart and I have been talking about, the communications part of it, because we want to ensure we're bringing people in the fold because it's their system, right? And so stop sort of focusing on that negative piece, but rebranding it in such a way where we're interwoven in the communities and people should know. So hear you guys loudly and clearly as it talks about different things that we might do. So that's all I wanted to just share.
There's a great example for that. I want you to raise your hand if you have ever seen an Adopt a Highway sign. There is a great example of how people get buy-in when they take ownership, and that's where we're looking to move toward. And I think that it's amazing that the people in this room who have not been given the inside look at where you're going came to that same destination on their own.
Adopt a highway. In this case, it would be adopt a bus. Adopt a bus. Good. So this is one where it's still not clear to me exactly how the board and your policy role dovetails and supports that sort of the existing program. Go ahead, Michael.
I'm gonna bring it up, but when we say we are creating a welcoming transit environment, and I hear my constituents want me to do something about the state of our current environment, it doesn't mean they want us to do just anything. We need to step back and think, forest from the trees. Who's the environment welcoming for, right? Everybody said it several times today. It's the point of getting people from one place to another. But people, taxpayers, customers, the public, and who is saying that somebody's unwelcome on the bus, right? Behavior can be corrected. Humanity can't be changed, right? Humans are going to be on the bus and they're going to human. And we got to deal with that. We got to contend with that. It's a real issue. So I just want to make sure that when we are talking about creating a welcoming transit environment, that we are really thinking about what that means, because you don't get to decide who's welcome and who's not when everybody's part of the system. Everybody's part of the agency that we represent. And so as we go forward and we have other conversations, yes, there's a lot of positives we got to talk about, but I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that too. What does welcoming mean to you as a director, as an individual person doing this work? And what does welcoming mean for the community that you are representing? As I've been reminded, I leave my opinion personally at the door and I represent the folks that put me here. And so I just want to make sure that we're thinking along those lines as well. That when we say we're welcoming people, what does that look like? What does that mean? Because I'm still confused on it.
Yeah. You stimulated a couple of discussions. So Bobby and then Doug.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to emphasize and reiterate is that Denver metro area is a growing area, and it's a growing area for immigrants, and it's a growing area for refugees. And if you've traveled internationally or you've been in a part of a city where you don't speak the language that everyone else is speaking, you can't read the sign that everyone else is reading, that is by definition unwelcoming and unsafe for you, right? So is it, I think, it's more on the management side of, is there at least one bilingual person sitting at those information desks? Are you able to read our signs in more than one language? Do we provide alternative means for navigating the environment beyond those who are able-bodied, able to see, and are literate in English?
Yeah. I see a bunch of heads nodding here. Doug, go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on Michael's comment because I think it's a very well taken one that I wanted to second, and that is we should be welcoming to all people. And when we talk about what is unwelcome, as I understand it, and my intention is that there are only behaviors that are unwelcome. All people are welcome, but there are some behaviors that are unwelcome. And that's what we wish to address, and I submit need to address, but all people are welcome.
Okay. Thanks, Bobby, and then.
All people are absolutely welcome. I think if you go on our system and you look at the way that people interact with other people, I don't know that we're living in a society where everyone really does welcome and validate everyone else. And so I think as we look at our communications, we look at the pictures of folks we put out, we should be showing unhoused folks riding. We should be showing a single mom riding. We should be showing all different types of people who use our system. And there's lots of wealthy housed people who use drugs on our system. Lots of wealthy white people who use drugs on our system. If they're wearing professional clothes, they get treated with respect. So I think it's important, again, yes, there's a difference between, yes, we allow everyone on our system, between how everyone on our system is treated. And I don't know that as of today, everyone gets treated the same or treated in a way that's equitable, that works well for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is a really important discussion. Joyanne, please.
I just want to say what Bobby just said. I
Thanks for
couldn't,
using your hand up.
yeah, I couldn't snap my fingers in the room. So I'm just wanting to snap my fingers and echo what Bobby just said. Thank you.
Okay. So the question then becomes, with your board policy goals that are in draft form, and Patrick and I and others will help to shape this a bit more, which is making sure that these become actionable, right? That the sentiment, the things that are important to you become appropriately at that policy level, that and so we'll take this
And they're like, we're gonna, and they're gonna, they're like, oh, we're gonna do this and we may have to do this. And I don't even wanna tell y'all. They're like, it sounds a little risky, but as we talk about what this may yield and we're gonna work with, our investors and we're gonna bring something back. I'm like, come on, bring it.
Because they've been listening for
Yeah.
a long time without being able.
Exactly, and that's the whole point. Now we're at it, so that's why I was so invigorated, I could say, or energized by the discussion about the finance. Because we have people here that have been chomping at the bit, and just as we talk about like the budget development, like really now we're trying to focus on what's happening, like this, that's what I'm saying.
advisor on infrastructure, reporting what Joe Biden always said to him every time he saw him. Just
Hurry the hell up.
Hurry the hell up.
hurry the hell up.
All right. Well, we've got hurrying up. We got 30 minutes left in this one. Ian raised in, we're going to talk about your board, right? Just want to spend a few minutes about, sort of the board. We had some ideas around some high performing boards, and Ian, would you just sort of talk about this? And then what we want to do is talk about the boundaries between policy, governance, and operations. Just briefly, I think we've been talking about that in some ways all day, been checking in on that. And then we'll close with just some observations, and hopefully you have some takeaways in terms of individual commitments that you are willing to kind of think about going forth and based, whether it's on the policy goals or individually about how you work with each other. So that's a lot to do in 30 minutes. Let's go, Ian, you're up.
So this kind of just came up at our table. It kind of was a policy, but we weren't really sure where it fit in. But it's really about like the structure of our board and how do we, as we're all elected officials, and every 2 years as a transition and new people come in, but how do we maintain some inertia, always moving forward? And what are ways that we can sort of kind of create some internal governance for ourselves, and just ways to, like I said, just keep that momentum going. And so when we do, next, 2 years, when we have a bunch of new people in, like, is there some type of mentorship that we could do, or just different ways that we can keep staying on the same page? And now that we have these goals set up, in 2 years, when we do this again with a new board, we can come in, and even if somebody's like, I really want to do X, we still have a series of goals that we can, dig into sustainability, or we can be looking at different, financial avenues if we haven't already hit that, but just sort of internal ways to kind of create a transition plan for ourselves, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. And, I think that I don't think we have time to sort of necessarily to engage in that. But one of the things that Eric actually, after, when we spoke, he sent me an article on from the Harvard Business Review. I've taken sort of a crack at sort of some of the attributes of high performing boards themselves. And maybe it's useful just to go, and Jillian, if you could go to the next slide, couple slides. Keep going. One back. One further back. So, there's lots of things about board efficiencies, about how public boards, how to do some things. I've taken it sort of, this is sort of Jonathan's kind of incorporating from a lot of different things, which is that, I think that boards that are effective act in ways that are aspirational, but also practical. I think you heard a lot of that kind of talk today, that this idea of team, listening to each other, that you both challenge, as board members, challenge and add value with CEOs, GMs, to be more effective, that this concept of team, but it's like someone once told me that everybody needs a support team, right? You also need a challenge team, right? That people and organizations that challenge you in ways that are effective and supportive of the broad piece. Do you have processes and forums? I love the hearing about the subcommittees and your smaller committees about identifying the most important issues and the processes for dealing with them. One of them is your, this board retreat. Hopefully that's we've been getting clear about what the board's work is. What's the right work? What's that right level that at the capital P? Next slide, Jillian. Efficiency, effectively, responsive, professional demeanor, both in terms of verbally and non-verbally. You hold each other accountable for results. You effectively engage broader stakeholders, and that you look at saying there's a balance of interests and perspectives. And, we had intended to spend a little bit more time on this, but there are a lot of these characteristics that I really saw in this meeting here today and in my discussions. And I wonder, just in terms of thinking, Ian, in terms of building off of, how do you create a culture and a roadmap, a sense about what it is that you're working on that's an appropriate way? How do you support each other and challenge each other in terms of the things that are important to you? And I guess I just like to take at least 5 minutes or so thinking about and we have next slide. Do these attributes resonate with you? Are there things that you might apply to the work that you do as a board? Just a bit of a reflection here on terms of high performance boards. And Eric, I know you've done a lot of research on this already, and you sent me articles. I don't know if there's something that you would add to this, but these are sort of the magic. This would be like the greatest thing ever, the greatest board ever that would be able to do all of those, right? Or all of them all the time. And I think though that there's a sense about a shared commitment to doing that kind of work with each other that is more important than any one of these attributes itself. So thoughts, observations about you as an RTD board member for the next 20 months? What are the kinds of things that you want to make sure that you emphasize with each other? Thoughts, observations, Kate, and then Bobby.
So always being Miss Pollyanna, I think this is a great group of people. I think for people who are seriously underpaid and frequently undervalued, that this group does a great job. And today was reflective of how much we do respect each other and how well we do work together. So I want to thank you all for what you do and for being my peers.
I also like everyone as peers, but that's not the flavor of my comments.
Fair enough.
I think that list is great. And I think it's something that we say a lot is that we're data rich and information poor. And coming up with, in order to do a lot of what is up there, we need to be better organized. I'll speak for myself. I need to be better organized. It is not atypical for me to go spend time trying to find documents, right? We do a great job of having documents that are chronologically ordered that you can go find. But if you want to find the minutes related to, or documents or reports related to RTD's accessibility, Godspeed. If you want to find all the reports on ways in which we've done service changes and which routes we've added, which routes we haven't, and that type of performance, best of luck. It's usually going to be sort of in the May meeting, probably maybe April sometime when it came to the board, right? But we have a challenge of organizing the data and the documentation and the information that we have. And then we have a challenge of holding ourselves and each other accountable through a central, effectively project management tool. It could be a Microsoft Word document, but it doesn't need to be Asana or Monday or Smartsheets or whatever, right? But I think in order for us to unlock what's up there, we need to build the infrastructure to do it. And so that's, I think, a huge challenge we have. And I think I remember being a new board member and saying, well, I want to know and understand how we made decisions about bus stops. If anyone's gone down that path, again, good luck. It takes a long time, a lot of people, but there's work to be done around organizing, not just chronologically, but topically, to sort of unlock the ability to move on certain of these goals. And frankly, it's a cost savings for the agency, right? I don't want to know the number, but I am sure there are a lot of hours spent on questions that are trying to find information of work that someone did sometime in the last 1 to 5 years. That's a lot of lost time. That's a lot of lost hours, and it's a lot of work we can do to be more effective.
Just on top of that, our workforce is getting older, and there's a lot of institutional knowledge that will be lost if those people leave. I think that Ian and I had some flavor of that yesterday that he could speak to as well. So that's another reason for that same kind of stuff.
we have a chatty table here, but I think that what we're coming away with today, I agree, we have some work to do to sort of institutionalize it, but sort of answering Ian's question and all of this, we rarely are in our regular course of agendas and business take the time to be aspirational or have the structure for it. And I think what we're putting together by assigning these topics to these committees, and then what we need to do is sort of give it the structure. But I think it's giving this board the opportunity to think with staff. We were talking about Doug McLeod and his team and the funding issues, and to really advance the agency in a different way.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, sort of this opportunity to be aspirational. And then what Bobby, you're talking about is the practical, what's the structure? What's the infrastructure that continues to allow that to happen? And Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add, and I like a lot of the themes being discussed, and really appreciate Ian's point about, reinventing the wheel and love the, I think institutionalizing, to Bobby's point, would actually help address some of that. I'd also just like to offer up that effective boards make decisions and they make them with clarity. And one place that I think that, if I look at all those attributes around efficiency and so forth, and there's a lot of different good models out there and there's different types of boards, and, I'd love to chat about it with any number of you or go through it. But I would say what's most important for the agency is that this board has clarity around its decisions. We won't always agree, but we have to come to a consensus. And we started this day with a specific request as well from our general manager asking for clarity around that direction.
Yeah.
So one thing I'd ask for, I think this is really great that we're assigning to committees, to the chair's point, these specific topics. I think it's important that we take advantage of the discussion item section of our committees and our board meetings to actually dive into these. And I think it's equally important, if not more so, to emerge from those with some real clarity around the consensus that we can then provide as direction to staff. So perhaps that's a very general comment, but Jonathan, to where you started this as to, what makes an effective board, the most fundamental piece is clarity of our decisions and our direction to our general manager.
Yeah, it started off with a goal. Sorry, Marjorie, go ahead, please.
This is not exactly a follow-up on what Eric just said, and it might be considered practical and down in the weeds. I appreciated Bobby's comment. I think there is going to be a big change when we have meetings in person. About half the board has not been in the boardroom, and and staff.
Wow.
And
That's the basement on Blake Street, right?
right.
There's lots of light.
And on Zoom, and here I am getting down into the weeds, but there are weeds. There are many ways we can make our meetings more effective and more efficient, and tightened up. But I think we need to see that after we have a board meeting in the board room, and then perhaps a study session or a session of people who are interested in going over the agenda and seeing how we relate to each other and what is unnecessary. I would, for one, would really appreciate having a more efficient meeting structure. Thank you.
Thanks. If I could build on that, actually, and I know that Joanne had brought up, like, Robert's rules or not Robert's rules, but one of the things to be more efficient is sort of like, 2 bites at the apple. And I'm guilty of 3, 4 bites at the apple in terms of speaking during our meetings, which of course lengthens our meetings if everybody goes 2, 3, 4 times. And I think giving our chairs the right to say, okay, we've had 2 bites. Does anybody really truly need to speak a 3rd time? And I think that would really help if we grant each other that ability and our chairs to say, okay, we really need to cut this off we really need to move on. We've 3 executive sessions coming up, you know, and things like that, that we really do need, because people do need to go home, and some people live far away. And so let's also grant each other that. But I think what I wanted to bring up above and beyond that was this concept of team versus challenge. And that is going to be for all boards, for all time, probably all the way dating back to the Athenians of,
Wow.
the democracy. How do you say, okay, we're going to be a team, we're all going to work together, we're all going to have great consensus, versus how do we push our executive? How do we push her executive team? Sometimes I get feedback from the community or from even former board members who call me like, Paul, how come, you guys need to be honest, you need to push more, you need to push back more, push forward more, have more of a vision that you're going to push for, and I try to keep that in mind, like, okay, so I think that's something that we also have to keep in mind. What does it mean to be team, all of us working together, versus sometimes that concept? How do we challenge our executive team? And that is a difficulty. I don't have the right answer for that, but it's something that I do think about and that I do hear from others about. It's sort of an open discussion.
Yeah.
But I think it's something that we all struggle with and will always struggle with.
And Bobby, I'll let you respond. And I did want to hear from Deborah as well, in terms of just observations about this. One of the things is board staff, sort of information sharing and those kinds of things. And so go ahead.
Yeah, I very much appreciate Director Rosenthal's comments. And I also want to push back a little bit, which is, don't need to shy away from tabling something, which is to say, I'm pretty hard pressed to believe that many of us are making the best decision in the best interest of an agency after 5 hours of discussion, and that the primary motivator is in the best interest of the agency versus been here for 5 hours, my babysitter went home, I need to get home to do X, Y, Z. Let's finish and move on. And so I think as we look at as a board, right, we've gone to shorter meetings, we've tried to split things up, but also keeping in mind that, for a meeting that starts at 5:30, after 9:30, maybe 10, we're probably not making great decisions. We're probably not making decisions that are well thought through. And there is an ability to move to table an item to the next meeting. And so I think as we look forward, and especially as we go in person, the other thing I want to raise is the whole point of our meetings being in public is that our discussion, our deliberation is in public. And so it might mean that we have to have shorter agendas. It might mean that we need to understand from staff, hey, I got to go out to bid. So this one needs to be done tonight. And if we get into a lengthy discussion, I'd like to not push this, but that's a conversation I think staff and the chair need to have in terms of ordering our agendas to make sure that we do get through the things, right? There are certain monetary choices we make that enable this agency to run. And those are items we're gonna have to push through. And there's a lot of items that are discussion items that are other items that are important, but then let's make sure they get the time they need and the time they deserve. So I think as we go back to in person, encouraging those longer discussions and also keeping in mind that at a certain point, it's time to call it a day and we have to move it to next month. If we can't wait till next month, then it might mean we have to schedule another board meeting, but at least we're making decisions that are well thought out and that we're giving things the time to talk through them, as opposed to, I am just as guilty of this as anyone else. I don't really feel like raising my voice. I don't really feel like pushing back on this. Let's get it done. It's 10 o'clock. I'm finished, right? I think as we looked in person, really thinking about how we do that is going to be important.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's
I
your
really
two
like how you're thinking about, like, how do we make these transitions to the in-person, right? Which is, if I'm hearing this right, it's about how do we create the infrastructure to continue the work beyond and sort of the organization, not just be aspirational, but being practical, about finding the right balance between being on a team and challenging each other associated with that in a way that is supportive of thinking about, the meeting effectiveness, and Marjorie's idea about having a study session after the meeting or a couple meetings to say, how do we do this? And some ideas around, the multiple bites of the apple, have empowering chairs to cut off, conversations, not being afraid to table something, to recognize the human toll that you each have in terms of, your obligations to family and to other things. And so I would like to hear, Deborah, just your perspective, just in terms of board staff, observations. I know it was around, some of this topic was around sharing of information. Hopefully we've been talking all day about big P and lower P. I'm still struggling with that, but capital P or whatever, but just observations. And then I think what we'll ask everybody to maybe say a word or two, and then we'll wrap up, commit to wrapping up by 3:30. So Deborah, thoughts?
As I said to a couple of board members, I'm really inspired by the discussions that have ensued, and I'm very transparent and always honest with you all. I didn't walk in here with a lot of expectation, seriously. I know you guys have been working on the agenda and things of the like, but I am really inspired, and really, as it relates to finance and all of that, I think that's paramount to what we do collectively, because nothing else can come to fruition if we're not focused on our long-term financial health and recognizing where we are with our facilities and things of the like, and we just haven't made investments in those. I need us to delve in. I've been sitting back here reading as it relates to a consultant that we had about our asset information maturity report, right? And we have not invested in our assets whatsoever. So the finance discussion is key to anything that we need to do collectively. It's about our people power, it's about our facilities, it's about, our overarching assets. So with that as a backdrop, I'm really inspired by that. And as I was sharing with a couple of board members, as it relates to our CFO, he's dynamic. I am so excited that he's here, and he wasn't interested in applying for the job. And then he came back to me after working with me about 2 months and was like, I'm going to apply for it. And I'm so glad he did, because he and his team, they're very creative. I'm being very straightforward with you again. He was stifled before from not doing a lot of different things, and he has support. And I'm not trying to be boastful, but I mean, from you all. I mean, like working, I know Chair Tisdale of the Finance Committee just took over, but I'm saying last year, as Doug stepped in that role and being in a supportive environment where he could put forth those ideas, when we talked about refinancing the COPS and things like that, as he shared, that would have never happened before, because it would have got shut down. But he came to me and I'm like, of course we're going to do that. And let me tell y'all, he has some more ideas that y'all are going to hear about soon. But that's what I'm talking about holistically. So also wanted to demystify anything. I don't mind you all working with staff. I just need to know, what's happening, right? And so as we talk about that, so I can garner an understanding, because if we're going down one path and then board are giving directive on something else, they may not be privy to everything. And I was just giving some tidbits to a couple of board members, when I said, honestly, some of our staff weren't supported before. So as we were talking about the call for projects, there could have been some trepidation and angst, but really and truly, what they're frightened because they weren't supported before. And so they don't want to be put out there because they were left and they were blamed. And so as I learn more and more about this, that's what we're trying to create, an environment, and I'm trying to create that, where they can do their ultimate best and they can be successful. So inspired by the finance. So that was a long-winded answer, but I would ask all of you, as we walk away from this today, you're talking about study sessions. I'm still not clear on the direction relative to the policy piece of it. As we talked before, in the midst of the rules of engagement, what comes to the board, what doesn't come to the board, right? And so as we look in earnest, I would encourage us to have a conversation with that, because I stand true when I say it's a partnership. We need each other to be successful. There's interdependencies. And I've, basically when I thought we were doing something, I may have conferred with the chair at the time, and I've had 3 chairs now, in certain instances, I don't do things without conferring with somebody, but then again, it could be perceived as a misstep because something happened before that I knew nothing about, because it wasn't memorialized somewhere. And then it's like, oh, this came to the board before. Getting back to Bobby's point, how do you find that? I don't know. So there's all this opportunity. So I just wanted to share that with you all because I'm doing things I believe in the best interest of the organization. While I've worked at different agencies and engaged with different boards, there's a different way that things are done here. When Bobby was talking about, you know, a repository of information, truly in different organizations where I've worked, we've had it and it rests with, you know, the authority secretary or the whatever the moniker is, you know, and there's been support systems there. So anyway, there you have it. That's what I had to say. Okay.
Thank you. And so is it that this conversation needs to just continue in terms of like, there's not clarity, and it sounds like with the chair and with you and just finding that right balance. But, you know, I do think that there's where there are principles involved, right? Where there's a sense of team, there's a shared commitment that you can figure these things out, that there are a lot of holdovers from previous board members, from previous general managers, all of those kind of things. And, you know, so it's a dynamic process. And
yeah, that's all it is. So I want to be clear. That's all it is because, you know, like Director Tisdale say, you know, the previous general manager brought this. I don't know that. And how am I supposed to know that? Right. And so I was just sharing, you know, in the course of something, then I find out about it when I think we've charged down a certain path. And I would say about the agendas, I would assume like, you know, members of the leadership team are conferring with the chairs of the committees relative to what it is, and we will make it known. Case in point, when I reached out to Eric and we were talking about the scope of work summary for the surveys, and we called that special executive meeting because that would have set us back. So we're going to make our voices be known as it relates to that. But also what we're trying to do collectively is have a look ahead process because there's recurring things that come on an annual basis. Those things are already, you know, in the pipeline. And so that's what we're trying to do on the staff side and working with, you know, Ty Schray, because bringing, you know, the office into the fold and they're part of those meetings. Am I correct? Right. And we still have a lot of work to do as we get there because this is sort of new and it's an evolutionary process. Because when I got here, the board reports didn't even come to the general manager and CEO. And I was like, how is that possible? When you're authorizing, you're requesting, you know. So anyway, I learned something new every day, y'all. You'd be surprised. So I think I addressed everything then. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Thank you. We have about a couple minutes and let's see. Oh, yeah, please.
I think with this lack of clarity on you know the direction that we would give you comes a lack of focus, and it's harder for you as a CEO and your team to focus if there's lack of clarity. And part of that, I think, and what we need to speak to at some point when we, you know, in the future when we get together again, is where you receive requests from and input from. And when you hear individually from all of us 15, to me, if I were in your job, now you're obviously much better than that, and obviously that's why you're CEO, is if 15 people are talking in your ear, you're like, it could come across to me, if I were you, it would come across as noise in some way. I think we need to be very clear as a unified board when we give direction to you versus like, you know, Kate give you some thoughts and feedback, and then you're hearing from me, and then you're hearing from Bobby. I mean, it's like, oh my God. It would just seem like that way to me because you're getting calls, you're getting emails, you're getting texts. And I just think we should all be very cognizant of that we do hear from people in the community. We do want to pass on information. We do have concerns that we want to bring to you. But what my ask, and this is again, a future conversation and you can agree or disagree. I just think we need to be very careful about speaking to our GM CEO as if we represent the whole board. I just want to make sure that you can be focused on doing the big things, making sure that we're on the right track towards success. That's my concern.
Thanks,
that
Paul.
I wanted to share with the board.
Thanks, Paul. And I hope that their policy goals are helping in terms of clarifying the bigger, broader direction. There's further conversation around this, obviously. Joanne, I saw your hand up, and what I'm going to encourage us to do is I'd like you to think about one thing that you're going to take away or that you're committed to doing as a result of the workshop or the retreat today, and then we'll put a cap on this discussion. We have a lot to work to do to kind of organize the information and to make sure that this is, you know, sort of clear in terms of what happened. And so Joyanne, I saw your hand up. I don't think that was why you were raising your hand, was the one thing that your takeaway or the thing that you're committed to doing after this retreat, but go ahead.
It could be either. So I was just going to say that I think we all need to remember to give each other grace, everybody. You know, fellow board members, our GM, CEO, our staff, and also just recognize that we are you know, still facing a lot of challenges as an agency, you know, financially with COVID, with ridership coming back from, you know, being virtual, and having new directors on the board as well. So I would just encourage everybody to remember to give each other grace. And that's also what I'll take away from today.
Thank you. Well said. So maybe Vince, and I don't know if we still have Vince as well. Are you gone, Vince? Let's just, Bob, why don't we start here at the table? Just one thing we'll take away, and you can pass as well if you want. So just pass the microphone.
Well, this is something.
A little closer.
Is it on?
It is, but you just need to have it closer.
Okay. Eat it, huh? Well, we haven't discussed this, but the last couple of elections have been pretty skimpy in terms of the number of people running. There's been a number of open seats. The last time I ran, there was one gentleman that was going to run against me and ended up like 25 signatures short or something like that. I just think that maybe that needs to be revisited. The 250 signatures are too many. It'd be better to have more applicants for the job by having, you know, a lesser requirement. So that's something I think we need to talk about as a board at some point in time, because I'm sure that would require state legislation to change that.
Yeah, so that's a new issue. Any one thing that you'll take away from today's conversation, Bob, real quick?
Well, it's obvious that you're a lot more productive when you're, you know, meeting together in the same room.
Fair enough.
Thank you. And that's what I expressed at the beginning. And I think also Director Bouquet said, to have an ability to have a common expression of consensus, which is generated, fostered, enhanced by being in person together with each other and discussing. So I appreciate that. And
Great.
I'll turn it over to Director Rosenthal.
Building on that, I think the creativity that is in this room, the experience and the background and how well spoken everybody was, I'm just really inspired and just thankful to be on this board with all of you based on all that. Thank you.
Agreed. And the good intentions of everyone in this room just shine through. And I appreciate that. And actually, I've inspired to come back to our next meetings, you know, with more energy.
Nice. Yeah, that's happy hour that she's excited about.
That's the kind of meeting I'm looking forward to, Ian. I'll be redundant in my remarks, so I'll be brief. Very much inspired by our new board members and the input. And sometimes I even think of Eric and Paul and Marjorie as new board members because we've spent such a little time together over the last 2 years or however long it's been. But thank you to everybody's a lot of energy and input. I've been probably the quietest one of the group, but it's been a long week and I'm absorbing a lot. And like Marjorie, I've kind of, you know, reinvigorated. So I appreciate everybody's efforts and the comments about giving each other grace. I appreciate those too, Joyanne.
I got my own, Troy. I don't need yours. There is not one thing that I'm going to take away. There, I have pages and pages of notes, and I already said how much I appreciate you all, but I also want to remind you that we have a marvelous board staff and that it has, yes. And I want to point out to anybody that was confused that Officer Fitzgerald is not related to the chief, but his last name is Fitzgerald. And we could give him a round for being here as well. And lastly, I think in terms of keeping everything organized, I've been trying for a long time to make it a policy that any interaction I have, I copy the board office on. I'm really sorry, Taishrei. I'm really sorry. But if everybody would copy the board office on their actions and their interaction with staff and their interaction with legislative officials, there would be a source. And in my experience, Jillian and Maria and Taishrei have been really great about saying, oh, Director Rosenthal's also working on that. Or, oh, Mr. McLeod is also working on that. So my takeaway to all of you is copy the board office. board.office@rtd-denver.com. No dot, board office. Board.office.
I think one, the power of all being together, and I think put a firm sort of commitment on there for committing to action, because as much as I love spending 8 hours on a Saturday with you all, if we don't all actually commit to doing something coming out of this retreat, writing it down so that it gets done, all we did was spend 8 hours together on a Saturday, which again, is a lovely thing. But I think there's an opportunity to take what we've done and turn it into something more. So I think for me, I can absolutely commit to brainstorming and serving and brainstorming on revenue streams and alternative funding items in a study session or other way that that's convened at the finance chair's discretion.
Great. We'll go with Michael. We'll give you the last word, Chair Geising. We'll give her the last word.
Come on. Let's get ready to rumble. Y'all know what that means. It's time. We got to act like a board. Everybody in. Let's go.
Nice. Nice.
It won't be surprising, but my takeaway here just warms my heart that we're talking about how to diversify funding for this agency. That we're all committing to that. So this board certainly has my full commitment in partnership and collaboration with our finance and planning chair to work on addressing those issues in committee and with the board. So thank you to everybody for offering your creativity and commitment to that challenge.
I have two things real quickly. I'm just digging on sustainability and looking at this in a new way moving forward, not just our vehicles, but our facilities, coming up with a plan. I'm really excited about that, obviously. And also recognizing that, we all sort of share this, how do we make this board even better? And that to me is really great. And I look forward to doing these sessions in the future, taking the work that we've done today and really being able to dig further down versus trying to reinvent the wheel next time.
I think the two big words are say and direction. I think that's the biggest thing. I approached Lynn, I think it was like back in November or end of last year. I said, let's talk about, policy goals. Can we actually have a retreat where we speak and we have some kind of action item that we can walk away with? And I think we have identified 4 major policy goals. And I think we have walked away after these 8 hours. And so I just wanted to thank you all. Thank you for our media team. Thank you for our staff members for being here, because I thought this was a very productive meeting. I think we all got our say in, and I think it's going to ultimately lead for direction for our staff. So thank you.
Okay. To Deborah and Melanie.
No, Melanie. No, I was pointing to, no, I've already said something.
You done? The takeaways? You did it. You're good. All right, Melanie, one word.
Oh, can I get more than one word?
You can have it.
Okay.
One thought.
So one thought to highlight. So Deborah has been, there's a lot that happens that's obviously not visible to the board. I think of RTD like a giant ocean liner sometimes. And I think you can all appreciate, we don't move quickly. We're not turning on a dime. There is a lot that it takes to effectuate change in this agency. And I just want to assure you, Deborah is pressing behind the scenes. She's got high standards. She's pressing. And she has reiterated a message internally to staff, which is one RTD. We're not capital programs, we're not IT, we're not rail, we're not bus, we're one RTD that's supposed to all be steering in the same direction. So I think that really resonates with what happened here today, because you all came to some consensus around 4 big goals. And I think that's going to help allow us to be one RTD. And to speak to the tension that Director Rosenthal was talking about, this concept of a team versus challenge, challenging within the team. Well, you've come up, we have decided we're all a team. You've identified these areas of priority, and now the area to press and challenge is within those areas that you've identified, not to get distracted by things that are outside that. Press and challenge within those specific priorities that you all agreed on. I'll say thank you. It's
Nice.
very encouraging.
Good thoughts. And Lynn.
Bobby's reminding me at happy hour, we can't talk about RTD because it wasn't noticed, but I think it was noticed with this meeting. I think this conversation this day is kind of why we all ran. We wanted to look at these issues. We wanted to think about the policy goals that Julian was talking about. And I think we've done a very nice job of defining the issues initially and putting them in a place where, they can be moved forward. And I will commit to working with the committee chairs and the rest of the board to make sure that we're setting up an effective way to address these, whether it's subcommittees or whether we jiggle the agenda so we don't spend as much time. I hear what Bobby and Marjorie were saying, about more effective meetings. We don't get to late night before we talk about the meaty subjects that we do structure our meetings. So we are thinking about these big policy issues. I don't think we were able to get to Deborah's question of really talking about how she knows what comes to her. We started that conversation in other ways in terms of the authorization and some of those things, but I think we do need to get back to that and answer that for you. So I will commit to that as well. But I think there are a lot of great ideas here, and I will work to help put those to structure. Thanks.
Great. Thank you all. Thank you all. As I said at the beginning, super impressed with RTD, with you all. And really this meeting today has been just a reinforcement of that. So thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Happy hours across the street.
And thank you to you and Patrick.
Oh, thank you.
Because you did a great.
Yes, thank you.
Could you call Nate Minor up and tell him how great we are?
I'm not on the first.
Enjoy. I have to run, so I won't be there.